Evanston Outlaw Baseball is live on the radio at 99.1 FM KNYN and online at mylocalradio.com. This year, Wyoming Legion AA Baseball is the show. Follow the Wyoming Legion Post 41 Evanston Outlaws throughout the summer as we bring you live video and play-by-play coverage. Being brought to you by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic, Cash Honda Yamaha, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Mountain West Business Solutions, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Bear River Dental of Evanston and Black's Fork Dental of Mountain View, Ellingford Brothers, Uinta County School District No. 1, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Legal Tender Restaurant and Best Western Dunmar Inn, the Evanston Recreation Center, the Littlest Wood Shop, Come On In of Casper, Plains Tire, Arrowhead Dental, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Dr. McKay Franken, First Bank of Evanston, and by Auto Farm Chevrolet. With the first pitch quickly approaching, let's head to the diamond.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Giants Field for Game 1 of the 2020 Teton Classic here in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming. ELAN, OLLIFF, and Jake Hibbard here. We're going to be bringing you the action for today as we have a double header for you. First, the Evanston Outlaws will be taking on the Madison Bobcats, and then after that, it will be the Idaho Falls Tigers. First pitch is mere minutes away. We'll have a short scene set when we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on the Big Dog and mylocalradio.com.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
Receive the best service in the industry when you lease or purchase office equipment from the professional, friendly staff at Mountain West Business Solutions. With a guaranteed quick turnaround time, we will save you money, time, and energy with quality products and customer service that is unmatched in the industry. Serving customers in Wyoming and Utah, Mountain West Business Solutions is a local company with a toll-free number, 866-583-9925. Call us today. Welcome to Giants Field in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming for the Evanston Outlaws. First game of the 2020 Teton Classic. This 4-day tournament taking place over 4th of July weekend. We've got 2 today, 1 tomorrow, and then, of course, the big one on 4th of July, and then 1 on Sunday, which will only be on mylocalradio.com. Well, it's my pleasure to welcome back to the air the recently crowned 2020 Wyoming Association of Broadcasters first place play-by-play man in large market, the incredible Jake Hibbard. Jake, thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. We got a good one on the diamond today. We got a team from Rexburg, Idaho. Pretty good on the year. Talked to some of their players early on, and they're feeling pretty confident about this season. Man, I didn't realize, ELAN, we're going into August before we get into conference play. This Legion season, of course, everything in the world's crazy, but they're feeling good about where they're at. They like how they're playing, and, you know, on the other side of the diamond, so do the Outlaws. They've been playing as good as anyone on the western side of the AA.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at our scene set. The Evanston Outlaws come in with an overall record of 14 wins, 11 losses, 2-0 in the conference after their conference opening doubleheader in Casper last week. That was the last time they were out. They swept Casper 11-1 and 10-3 over in Casper on the 25th. Right now, Evanston averaging just under 8 runs per game and allowing around 6 runs per game. For the Madison Bobcats, a overall record of 14 wins and only 6 losses. They are 7-3 in their last 10 with a runs per game around 6, but they're only averaging around 3, so a very defensive mind team out of Rexburg. Last time they were out, they split with Skyline, which is a school in Idaho Falls. They lost the first game 7-0, but came back and won that second game 6-0. So this team, as you look at on mylocalradio.com, 3.1 runs allowed per game. Very much a defensive-minded team.
Oh, good pitching team too as well. We got Isaac Walker on the mound today. He's mostly a two-pitch guy. He's going to throw a fastball and get somewhere. He'll try to approach 80 miles per hour if he can get there, probably sitting in the 75 to 77 range, and then he'll have a curveball that takes about 10 miles off of that. On the season, this is his 6th start of the year, a 2-0 record, or excuse me, a 6 game pitched, 4th start of the year, 2-0 record, and a 0.50 ERA.
And he'll be matched up, of course, against Evanston's own Jagger Mitchell. Last time I saw Jagger out was during the awesome game against Lone Peak during the Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament in Evanston. Jagger comes in with an overall record of 1 win and 2 losses with an ERA of 3.5 on the season in 20 innings pitched. He has 17 strikeouts and 12 walks. So Jagger, he allows some hits, but we've seen it in the past that he can work his way out of jams. Of course, he did that against Lone Peak. He did it against Sheridan during the first series of the season, and it should be a really, really fun game today.
Well, we've got, you mentioned pitching for both teams so far, and we should mention that Casper game, the Casper doubleheader this past weekend had the Outlaws' 2nd individual no-hitter of the season, with Clayton Moyles getting a no-no, I think in the first game, was it? And then Gus Allred threw a no-hitter couple of weeks prior to that. I think that was in Rock Springs. And then wasn't there a combined no-hitter thrown a little bit earlier in the season as well?
I think there was a combined no-hitter thrown against Rock Springs as well. So
yeah.
Evanston pitching, I've been talking to people around town. This is the deepest that we have seen an Evanston pitching staff in a long time. You've got, of course, Jagger Mitchell going out today. This weekend, you also expect to see Clayton Moyles, of course, Gus Allred, and Ryan Fisher, probably the 1-2 punch. It looks like Evanston won the coin toss and will be the home team. First pitch mere minutes away. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
First pitch mere moments away here at Giants Field. Game 1 overall. The first game of the 2020 Teton Classic here in Jackson, Wyoming. Elan OLLIFF and Jake Hibbard bringing you the action live from the shadow of the Tetons. And Jake, a beautiful sight for a game, and this should be a fun one.
I always love coming to Giants Field. It's a great atmosphere. You have the green monster out in dead center field. It's a legitimate field, and size-wise, you got 330 to either side. That's pretty much standard from Legion on up to the major leagues. If you're going to hit one over the monster, which I have seen happen once, although it was just to a shade of right of center, you're going to have to hit it a mile.
I saw a video of, I believe, of Fisher hitting one last year, and it's going to be how Evanston usually does things, small ball. And going into this season, Coach Chad Thompson talked about how his goal is to average 1 run per inning. So we'll see how that works out for Evanston. Right now, of course, they're averaging around 8 runs per game. So far, so good.
Well, as they announce the starters, we might as well. The starting lineups first for the Evanston defensively, as Evanston is the designated home team at first base, as we'll go right around there, is Gus Allred, lefty, so he's kind of put in that position, but he's a great defender as well. He can do the splits out there, and he's a pretty fine pitcher as well. At second base is Brendan Thompson, coming back after a year of college. At shortstop, also back after graduating in 2019, is Reed Gross. Kaysen Smith at third base, and behind the dish is Ian Fisher, who will be calling out signals for Jagger Mitchell on the mound. In left field, it's Kendall Cummings, Casey Perriman in center field, and over in right, it's Clayton Moyles.
Let's go ahead and take a quick break as we're going to have the national anthem soon. So when we come back, we'll run through the batting lineup for the designated visiting team, the Madison Bobcats, on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
National anthem hasn't started yet, so let's go ahead and run through the batting lineup for the designated visiting team, the Madison Bobcats. Leading off for the team out of Rexburg will be Cody Rydock, the third baseman. Tyler Pena, the center fielder, will bat second. Isaac Walker, the pitcher today, will bat third. Cameron Costill, the shortstop, will bat fourth. Landon Drake, the catcher, will bat fifth. Riley Sutton, the second baseman, bats sixth. Reed Nelson, the right fielder, bats seventh. Adrian Blanco, the first baseman, will bat eighth. And Carter Stapleman, the left fielder, rounds out the starting nine for the Bobcats. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
When you're looking for one location that is centrally located in Wyoming to host a business meeting or corporate retreat, always consider the Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper first. With meeting rooms and amenities that everyone can enjoy at the Come On In is the best place to host events. The rustic decor, fireplaces, jacuzzis, pool, and large indoor atrium will make your event memorable. Call today and find out the ways we can help make your event a success. Come On In Hotel and Suites in Casper. Call 307-472-6300.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
The national anthem of our country on a 4th of July weekend. It should be a lot of fun. I say that a lot because Jake, quite honestly, I've been looking forward to this tournament all year.
You've been looking to the 4th of July in Jackson all year. You must be new to Wyoming. You haven't dealt with the traffic yet.
I had that firsthand this morning. Some wicked construction happening in the Snake River Canyon area.
Yeah, I was coming up a different way. I came up through Pinedale, so I was able to avoid all of that until Hoback Junction. I had to wait a couple of minutes to get through the roundabout. And then, of course, there's a little bit of road rerouting as the road itself looks like a Snake River Canyon in some spots where the road's kind of slid off the road, off the side of the hill in the past, so they got to kind of fix that. And, well, we got here. We're ready to go. A couple of games doubleheader. First, the Madison Cats up, and I bet he's listening right now. Apparently, when I was doing the announcements for the lineups of Evanston, I said Ian Fisher, and we'll get back into him a little bit later because you said this is one of the deepest starting lineups, our starting rotations for Evanston in a long time. And Ian Fisher was a part of the last time it's been this deep, but his younger brother Ryan is behind the dish. Apologies to that first time out of the year for the Outlaws. I do that sometimes. You stay somewhere long enough, you start mixing up brothers, you start mixing up sisters. You try to not mix up the brothers with the sisters and just go with the younger brother, older brother, and then try to get them right as you can go.
It's kind of like I grew up in a family of 5, and I'm the oldest, and sometimes my parents would have to run through the entire list before they got to the kid they were looking for. Ryan Fisher, of course, you talk about him. He also did some pitching in the junior college ranks this year. He said he had 3 starts. Don't know what his record was, but he said one outing was good, one was okay, and one was one that he's not going to talk about.
Hey, you can that works, and I believe Ryan gets a full another year of eligibility back. He'll have 2 full years at the JUCO level. From talking to him last year, he has to take a little ferry out to the college, I believe, out on a little island or peninsula or something or other. But good little 2-year school. His older brother Ian did the similar route, going to western Nebraska for a couple of years and then caught on at the D2 level at the University of Mary in Bismarck, North Dakota. He was my color analyst last year at the state contest where he said he's now officially a washed-up has-been. But a pretty good pitcher, and he was great for the Outlaws. And this Outlaws team is exciting. This group out here, you've been seeing a lot of these guys play together for years. I remember watching Ryan Fisher, Reed Gross, Casey Perriman, Brendan Thompson come up at the Babe Ruth level. Gus Allred, he was over in the Valley. He goes to Mountain View High School, so he didn't necessarily see that. But, of course, Chris Perriman, older brother of Casey, he was part of that group as well. And I hope I'm not leaving anyone out. But they've been playing baseball together for a long time. And for most of them, this is their last year at the Legion level.
Cody Rydalk, the third baseman, leads it off. He steps into the right-hander's batter's box with a silver jersey with white numerals and a red outline. He'll face Jagger Mitchell, who's clothed in the blue Post 41 jerseys that the Evanston Outlaws have decided to go with. First pitch, outside corner for strike 1. First pitch at 10-10.
And Jagger Mitchell, you see the fastball there. He's really more of a 4-pitch type of guy. He'll get the fastball, circle change, curveball, and 8 to 10 knuckleballs per game if you think someone's sitting on the fastball.
The 0-1 is just outside, and it evens the count at 1.
Well, look out. It's great. North of 55 degrees here at first pitch, but sunny, a little bit of cloud cover. Beautiful day, just a light breeze in the outfield.
Next one outside, tried to catch the outside part of the window, but it will be ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Cody Rydalch. The delivery fouled into the back screen around the first base dugout for strike 2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jagger trying to get the leadoff man for the Madison Bobcats. Jagger sets the glove at his face. Shakes off the first sign from Fisher. Now they come to an agreement. Kicks in the 2-2. Popped up into shallow right field. Moyles camped out under it. No problem for out number 1.
As the ball came off his bat, it looked like for a second it might be trouble. I didn't know if it was going to fall into no man's land, the Bermuda Triangle of first, second, and right. But it sailed just enough, and Moyles had to maybe make 1/2 of a step in the end.
Next up, the lefty, Tyler Pena. Center fielder for this Bobcat squad, who's has less than 7 losses the entire season.
Hitting .500 on the year.
Jagger, the big, strong right-hander. First pitch. Ball inside. Tried to get the fastball in the zone, but just creeped a little bit towards that left-handed batter's box. The delivery. High for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes to Tyler Pena.
Mentioned Pena. He's not a guy that's easy to get out. He's batting at 500 and his on-base percentage just south of 630 on the season, and he's played in all 20 games this year.
The delivery. Popped up high into foul territory. Running over to make the grab. Fisher, but it bounces off of the screen around the third base dugout for strike 1. So it should be 2 balls, 1 strike to Pena.
Each field has its own individual dimensions. Jackson, you're not going to have too much space in foul territory, especially as what you'll see more in southwest Wyoming. You'll get a little more space. It hits the webbing and the brick on the side a lot quicker in this field than some other ones.
Of course, the field that I think of the most is that massive foul space at Gillette.
Yeah, ton of space out there. And I love the fields out east, as you mentioned, the Gillette one. And I think a lot of schools, if they got the opportunity, would jump on board. It's just a matter of money. But getting that field turf infield, too, makes it so much easier for a place out east like Cheyenne where they have it, or a little farther north in Gillette. Inclement weather, just put the tarp on. The water will drain right off, and you get a lot less cancellations because of that field turf.
2 balls, 1 strike to Tyler Pena with 1 down after Cody Rydalch, the leadoff batter, flew out to right field. Clayton Moyles had a great read on that ball, hardly had to make any moves.
You mentioned the field conditions, and we already see Jagger Mitchell using the stick to get the clay out of his cleats. It's a little bit soppy at the top of the mound, at least a little bit of give there.
Jagger with the 2-1 to Pena. Fly ball into right field. Going to his right is Moyles, and he makes the grab for out number 2.
2 balls up into the air, both out to Clayton Moyles. Made the grab on both, and here we go, the pitcher-on-pitcher matchup, righty-on-righty, Walker and Mitchell.
Isaac Walker will, as you mentioned, facing off against Jagger Mitchell, who's on the mound for Evanston. Jagger also the most successful batter on this Outlaws team. We'll talk about that more in the bottom of the first inning. Righty versus righty. They've got similar body builds, too, as well. Mitchell delivers the first pitch. Fastball outside for ball 1.
I'd say Walker's maybe a little bit more 5K, and Mitchell's a little bit more world's strongest man if we're looking at the body styles.
Mitchell, next pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike to Isaac Walker.
Got him caught with the high heat there, and it was up above the belt level, but he elevated on the bat.
A 1-1. Swing and a miss at 1 low. Jagger really put some heat on that one. His hat flew off when he was on the mound delivering that one.
Be interesting to see where Mitchell goes here. He's gone back-to-back fastballs, and Walker's willing to swing the bat, but been off on both of them.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Mitchell right now seems to have the gas going.
Well, yeah, he just lost his hat.
As he puts the hat back on the flow, caps that flow off, and steps onto the mound.
You see the chunks of dirt. I think the mound is going to be an issue, especially as this tournament goes on, and a factor in how these pitchers can locate their pitches.
2 down, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mitchell with the delivery. In the zone, down he goes looking, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. No hits, no runs, and no errors. Evanston will have their chance in the bottom of the first after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Welcome back to Giants Field. The Evanston Outlaws take the Idaho powerhouse Madison Bobcats 1-2-3 in the first inning, and now the Evanston Outlaws will get their first crack at it. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the batting lineup for your Outlaws. Leading off number 12, the shortstop, Reed Gross. Batting second, the first baseman, Gus Allred. Batting third, the pitcher, Jagger Mitchell. Batting fourth, the catcher, Ryan Fisher. Fifth, Casey Perriman, who plays center field. Sixth, Clayton Moyles over in right field. Seventh, the second baseman, Brendan Thompson. Eighth, the left fielder, Kendall Cummings. And rounding out the 9, Kason Smith, the third baseman. Outfield for the Bobcats. In left, you've got Carter Stapleman, center Tyler Pena, and right field Reed Nelson. We'll give you the infield after the first pitch from Isaac Walker.
Doesn't matter where Reed goes. He's not Gross. He's gross as far as the score the announcers are in the booth.
First pitch up high for ball 1. Infield for the Bobcats, you've got Adrian Blanco at first, Riley Sutton at second, Cameron Castill at shortstop, and Cody Rydalch at the hot corner. We'll give you the battery after the 1-0. Down low. Oh, no, and it catches the low part of the zone, low inside corner for strike 1. Isaac Walker pitching to Landon Drake for the Bobcats. 1 ball, 1 strike to Reed Gross. Inside, he opted out of the way. Otherwise, he would be wearing that one on his hip for ball 2.
Well, it came in fastball, and then mixed in the curveball there, and he missed on location there. Walker's got a nice little herky-jerky move. He comes back, gets pretty low to his body, and tries to, I think, extend his plant leg out on the throw.
Delivery. Outside corner for strike 2. I believe that's 2 balls, 2 strikes now.
Looks like we'll have a good wide zone. Batter should be swinging today.
Nobody down as Gross is the first one for the Outlaws. Outside and high for ball 3. Full count.
Looked right down the center to me, but definitely high. It was probably at the neck level. Reed started to go at it and then was able to hold back on the bat.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Righty versus righty, and Gross works a opening walk for the Outlaws. So Evanston's already got 1 more base runner than Madison at this point.
Just the 7th walk given up by Walker in 14 innings this year, so he's not necessarily a guy who's expected to walk a ton, but definitely had location issues, particularly with the fastball going high back-to-back times, and also the first pitch was high. That 4th ball came on a miss on the only curveball of the at-bat.
8th walk of the season worked by Reed Gross as we go to Gus Allred, the left-handed batter, the lone southpaw batter in this Evanston lineup. First pitch called for a strike.
There's never been a plethora of lefties in Evanston as long as the 7 years I've been watching this team. Of course, only 10% of the population is left-handed. But in baseball, you usually see a higher percentage of lefties getting spots.
No balls, 1 strike to Gus. He wears the number 11 for the Evanston Outlaws. The pitch, chopped foul into the stands by the third base dugout.
Came in a little late on the pitch, did Gus. Good speed at first base. See if we got a hit and run here. I think that might have been the thought. Probably not at 0-2.
As you mentioned, no balls, 2 strikes to Allred. Nobody down after Reed Gross works a opening batter walk for Evanston, the designated home team here in the bottom of the first. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Runner does go.
Chopper at the third baseman. Rydalch throws the second, gets Gross. Throw to first. Is it in time?
Safe.
No. So he gets there on the fielder's choice.
And I wondered, it looked like with the lead Reed was taken, they may have the hit and run on, and Gus did just put it in play out to the left side of the infield. Reed got a good jump, but it was a great field out by third by Carter Rydalch. And the turnaround to first, man, a hop, but it was close. I thought he was out from my vantage point, but the umpire having the straight-on look, saw the foot got in just in time, so a fielder's choice instead.
Jagger Mitchell batting .380 on the season, leads the team with 21 RBIs and leads the team with 27 hits. He also leads the team on runs scored with 28. He's also the man on the mound for the Outlaws. So another pitcher versus pitcher matchup with 1 down and a runner on first. First pitch to Mitchell. high around the Outlaw logo on the right-hander's helmet for ball 1.
Jagger's a complete player, and he's a really complete athlete. You watch
Yeah.
him all year long compete in sports and doesn't take the summer off either.
He was the starting quarterback for the Evanston Outlaws in the first 2 games of the season while David Baxter was recovering. As Jagger swings that one, almost takes him out of his shoes. He was really going for that one for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. He also was great off the bench for the Red Devils basketball team, and as you can see here, probably one of the biggest offensive weapons for Coach Chad Thompson and the Evanston Outlaws. The 1-1 popped up high, and it's going to land directly behind us as we are sitting behind the plate. 4 strike 2, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Jagger extended out on that one a little bit, just trying to make some contact and slap it over the middle of the infield. Didn't quite work there. Now facing 2 strikes.
Gus Allred over at first. 1 down, he's the lone runner on. Walker sets at the chest. The 1-2 tried to float a curveball in there, but it didn't quite hit the top part of the window for ball 2. Makes it 2 balls, 1 strike to the right-hander. Righty versus righty. Ryan Fisher on deck for the Outlaws. Pitch. Popped up high into left field, but it's going foul.
Rolls out of play, and there's not too much field. It does extend a little bit past the dugout, but no chance for that one. It's a good thing, too, because Jagger got a mile up on the ball and not out.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Jagger with 1 down and a runner on first. Walker agrees with Landon Drake on the sign. The delivery inside, and that'll now work the count full. Jagger Mitchell, who was led off with a strike, has worked it to his advantage, and possibly a second walk coming for the Outlaws if this pitch is where they want it.
Jagger looked back at me, and I think he saw me wincing after that pitch. High and inside, he winces back. He's lucky to get out of the way in time.
Checks the runner at first, which is Gus Allred. Isaac Walker. The delivery. Popped up foul behind the press box.
It was a good keep alive pitch. It was probably going to be called in the zone. We see it a little bit wider of a zone. It's one of those, we got 2-hour limits. We got to get these games going sort of things. And he protected on that play. Ball strike right on the corner, but you cannot take a chance on 3-2.
Bottom of the first, no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard after Evanston got the Madison Bobcats to go out 1-2-3 to start it out. The full count offering popped up high. This might stay in play. Nope, it's going to hook foul over the first base dugout.
Walker goes to the same location there with the fastball. I'd watch for a curve and see if you can get a hanger here or work the walk. Seems like from the way he's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they go.
That is 3 foul balls in a row. Jagger definitely has the timing down and can keep himself alive at the plate. Keep an eye on that left field line. That's where Jagger's been loving to take it every single at-bat this season. Pitch. Fly ball into right field. Hooking foul. Is it going to drop? Yes. It's actually out of play. So that is 4 foul balls in a row for Jagger.
And 3 straight fastballs on the lower outside edge. Walker's liking that spot, and for Jagger, he's just surviving. He may be looking for a miss at this point because Walker's hitting his spots.
Full count. It's been a full count for the last 4 pitches. As Jagger is locked in with a battle against pitcher Walker, and it is...
That's must have been a foul tip off the top of Jagger's bat as he was starting to check swing. Was a little bit high, so it would have been close to going around. I think Jagger might have held up, but must have nicked the top of his bat.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Checks the runner at first. That's Gus Allred. 1 down here in the bottom of the first. No score. The delivery popped up high, and this one is hooking foul again. This time it's behind the first base dugout. That one was hit about a mile up.
I like this at-bat by Jagger. The pitch count's going up. We're on to pitch number 10 upcoming for Walker of this at-bat alone. And after 9 pitches through the first 2 batters, he's sitting at, this is going to be pitch number 19. 1 out, man on. I like this. You're setting yourself up for a long weekend, 4 days. Tournament pitching, especially with the counts implemented in the last 3 years, is huge.
Jagger takes a step forward in the batter's box, kind of letting him know that he's going to own it. This one, liner into right field. That is a base hit, and Evanston has the first hit of the ball game.
Well, I don't know if they have spray charts available, but based on what looked like a scouting report by Walker, he sat outside as soon as he got 2 strikes on Jagger, pretty much that whole at-bat. Basically took away the pole, and so Jagger did what he could with it, split the line between first and second, opposite field, gave Gus a good room of run to go through, and now you got first and second.
Good start for the Evanston Outlaws as Ryan Fisher comes in. He's got 20 RBIs just behind Jagger Mitchell and 27 hits, so he's tied with Jagger for the lead in team hits.
Got red clay covering home plate as Ryan Fisher comes up to it. They dusted it off, and now it's a lighter hue of orange, but still barely visible here in the top of the first.
Good lead by Gus Allred at second, so runner in scoring position. Jagger Mitchell over on first for Ryan Fisher, the right-handed batter. First pitch to Fish is down low for ball 1. Should he get on, we'll see the right-handed hitting Casey Perriman. He actually told us a funny story. When he comes up, we'll talk about it, about why he hits right-handed but throws left. Walker checks the runner at second. The delivery. Fastball inside zone for strike 1.
And Fisher being patient there, just seeing the first pitch go way low for a ball. He's in no hurry.
Fisher, his primary position is pitcher. He's actually probably one of the top 2 pitchers on this Outlaws team, him and Gus Allred, as he calls time. And if anyone knows how to think like a pitcher, it would be Ryan.
I like how his game's developed. He did not come in as what I would say a highly touted prospect for the Outlaws, but he became a team MVP in the last couple of years.
Fouled across the first base dugout for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Fisher with 1 down and runners in scoring position. Runner on first and second.
Of course, he always had the pedigree. Ian, his father Daryl, a great baseball mind.
Yep.
Slimmed down, sped up, got that bat speed going, really learned how to pitch, and I love Ryan's game.
Daryl, the pitching coach for the Outlaws. Here comes the pitch. Another foul ball, almost in the exact same spot. So Evanston must be liking what they're seeing from Walker as they are jumping on him and working that pitch count very high.
Breeze picking a bit up, and from left to right at our vantage point, heading out towards the outfield.
Checks the runner at second, the delivery. Inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Ryan Fisher. Runners on first and second. The man on second is Gus Allred, who got there on a fielder's choice. Jagger Mitchell on first with a single.
Shortest at bat so far, 3 pitches on that fielder's choice by Allred. Otherwise, they've all been 6 or more.
This one popped up high into center field, or not center field, sorry. That looked like it was going to center field, but it stays in the infield. Second baseman Riley Sutton comes up and makes the grab for out number 2.
Got a bit under it there. Obviously not what he was looking to do for it, but now Casey at the bat with a chance to drive someone in and a man in scoring position.
Casey Perriman with 26 hits. That's the thing. The top 3 Outlaw hitters are 27, 27, 26. And he's got a .333 batting average with 13 RBIs. He's a guy that can get on, but he can score when he gets on, as he is second on the team with 27 runs scored.
He's got good speed. He's a slap hitter more than a driver. Looking to find the holes.
Next pitch, outside. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 down and a runner in scoring position. That's Gus Allred on second. Jagger Mitchell over on first.
So Casey Perriman bats right, throws left, which is the rarest combination in baseball, Elan.
Yes. And it's a very funny story about how that happened as we're waiting for Walker to deliver the 2-0. Throws back to second to check up on Allred. So the story goes is playing T-ball that Casey Perriman had a left-handed glove, right? Well, his dog chewed up the left-handed glove, and all they had was a right-handed glove. So he just learned to throw right, bat left, or the other way around. And he said, you know what, I can bat right. Might as well continue batting right as he fouls this one into the back screen for strike one.
That story doesn't add up. So I'm guessing, did he have a right-handed glove?
He had a right-handed glove. Yeah, sorry.
And
he had a
chewed it up, so
glove.
he went to left. So he's a natural righty that became a lefty in the field, which is odd because it is seen in baseball. I think it's going away to a degree, but seen in baseball is a disadvantage.
Lead off by Gus Allred at second. Checks the runner and delivers. That one low. Good stop there by Landon Drake behind the dish.
Now, at the major league level, you're not going to see a left-handed catcher, a left-handed third baseman, but at the Legion level, you see it every now and again. In fact, you see it sometimes for the Outlaws even.
Clayton Moyles, left-handed third baseman for the Outlaws sometimes. Today he's playing over in right field, but we've seen him go to the hot corner a few times, and he's actually very good there. Fly ball, and it is foul behind the press box.
Long first inning. We're already 33 minutes into a 2-hour limit game, and we're just sitting. And most of that time has come in the bottom of the first, where the pitch count for young Walker is really adding up. This is pitch number 6 upcoming for Casey.
Full count for Perriman. Right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher. Swing and a miss, and down goes Casey. So that will end the inning. 1 hit, no runs and no errors. It's no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're off to the second. After this, on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Franklin. Something I've really enjoyed as a dentist over the past 20 years are the lasting friendships that I've formed with many of my patients. My staff is really great, and we try hard to make sure that every patient feels a warm welcome. It doesn't matter if it's your first visit or if you've been with us for years. Every patient is welcome and always appreciated. Our goal is to provide the best dental care possible at reasonable rates. Please call us today to schedule your appointment at 307-789-8910.
Go Red Devils!
Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog. ELAN OLLIFF with Jake Hibbard bringing you the action live from Giants Field here in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming, where the Evanston Outlaws currently in a battle as we enter the second inning. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as Evanston takes on the Madison Bobcats. Madison has played 20 games and have only lost 6 of them, so a very good team out of Rexburg, Idaho.
We're seeing how Walker pitches a little bit. Probably 80-20 goes to his heater. Threw a lot of pitches. Got 30 in all in that first inning, so you got to watch that at a 2-hour limit game. You're hoping to go 5 innings, but he was effective. He's got a good defense behind him, although that defense really didn't have to do too much because the balls were knocked pretty loftily up into the air and right into the gloves of second base for Ryan. The only real big hit there was the split the gap between first and second that Jagger Mitchell had to advance Gus Allred onto second.
Speaking of Jagger, he'll take to the mound to take on shortstop Cameron Castile. First pitch, righty versus righty, outside for ball 1. After Cameron, it'll be Riley, Sutton, and Reed Nelson in that order. Sorry, it'll be Riley, Sutton, and Landon Drake.
Castilla righty, and you see a lot of the striped socks for Madison with the half pants. I love that look, classic baseball look. Yeah, I know you like the stirrups.
I love the stirrups.
I'm okay with them. I like the striped socks. He's also got the little shin protector on the front left leg, matches the sock of red.
1 ball, now 1 strike. Actually, I think that should be 2 balls and 1 strike. There it is, yep. For Castle. Jagger. Kicks and deals. Fouled into the back screen for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. In the first inning, Jagger got Cody Rydalch to fly out to right field, then Tyler Pena to fly out to right field, and then struck out Isaac Walker looking. No score here in the top of the second. The 2-2 from Mitchell to Castle. High for ball 3, so it's a full count now for the Madison Bobcats.
And Jagger lost his location there. Both innings, top and bottom, finished with strikeouts.
Fly ball, this one into center field. Perriman can't get over to catch that one. Instead, it will be Clayton Moyles who makes a sneaky run over and grabs it for out number 1.
Tailed toward the right. It was a good launch out, just had a little bit too much air under it for Castile.
The wind blowing across the diamond from left to right. So that might have a little bit to do with why we're seeing a lot of action for Clayton Moyles in right field. Here's Landon Drake, left-handed catcher. First pitch just misses the zone for ball 1. The 1-0. Catches the inside part of the zone for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike for Jagger Mitchell against Landon Drake, the catcher. Next one inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. You don't see left-handed catchers very often.
No, like I said, you see it in Legion. He doesn't throw left, though. So he's a right-handed thrower.
Delivery. Liner down into right field, and that will get down for a base hit. And the Bobcats have their first one of the day. That's a nice little contact hit that found shallow right field before Clayton Moyles could run up and make a play.
Of course, we can check. I don't think he threw left out there from going back there, but the righty-lefty, that's really common if you in baseball. A lot of guys actually learn to bat from the left side because they used to say, hey, got you a step closer to first base. That's kind of a myth there. It doesn't really work out quite like that, but hey, myself, I bat left, throw right.
Riley Sutton, first pitch, heat, swing and a miss for strike 1.
Should amend that. I throw right and I swing and miss from the left-handed side of the plate.
Sutton, number 10 for the Bobcats. No balls, 1 strike. Pitch up high, almost hit the red helmet of Sutton for ball 1. Looking at my score sheet, I'm noticing that with the exception of the strikeout, every single action that has been taking has been going to right field. Clayton Moyles, a very busy man early in this one.
Well, and we've seen the balls that have been put into play have been put in mostly by lefties, so you'd expect that out of pull hitters.
Next pitch popped up high. Should be a catch here by Brendan Thompson, who walks up from second baseman and makes out number 2.
First time Brendan Thompson's been involved in a play today. Haven't had to do anything at second. The runners have been held at first so far.
Reed Nelson, the right fielder, comes up with a gray helmet, white batting gloves, and a white bat. Jagger looks in, gets the sign from Fisher. Checks the runner at first. Sets and delivers. Swing and a miss, and that one looked like it bounced off of the chest protector of Fisher.
Got deflected on the end of the back of the bat, and that was Nelson's pitch. He felt it. Second it came out, it was right down the middle of the pipe, and he's upset as he takes a step out of the box that he missed on that one.
No balls, 1 strike to Nelson. Jagger checks the runner at first. Slow set. And steps forward, delivers. Kind of a check swing foul ball at a low pitch for strike 2. So no balls, 2 strikes, 2 down with a runner on first. That's Landon Drake after the single.
Got a small pterodactyl out in left field. Look at the wingspan of that bird out there.
The 0-2. Swing and a miss, and down goes Nelson. And Jagger Mitchell gets out of it again. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and it's still no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the second, here we come. The Outlaws will have Moyles, Thompson, and Cummings on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and KNYN.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall, prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Elan here with newly crowned 2020 Wyoming Association, shaking your head, Wyoming Association of Broadcasters. Best play-by-play for large market, Jake Hibbard. Jake, let's go ahead and go back to that moment you found out. What was that like?
It was weird because I didn't know I was actually eligible, oddly enough, for reasons that we don't need to go into, but I had no idea it was coming. I'd submitted it. I mean, I was hopeful. I'd gotten second the year before, so, you know, I was like, all right, David, settle. I'm coming for you. So it was great, you know. It was the last game of the year I actually ended up doing for Mountain View boys basketball is the tape I submitted. And I've noticed both years I've gotten any recognition, it's actually been my home team losing in those games of tapes that I've submitted. I didn't do it on purpose, just worked out that way.
Clayton Moyles, the right-handed batter but left-handed thrower, steps into the batter's box and fouls off the first pitch from Isaac Walker for strike 1.
I saw Moyles on the basketball court, I want to say, a few times this year playing for Kemmer.
Yeah.
Man, I want to say I covered about 5 Kemmer games this year between all the times they played Mountain View and Lyman. He's a point guard. As you can see, tall, lanky guy, good court vision. Pretty good baseball player as well. He was scheduled to be a part of the AA program last year as a pitcher, at least in some capacity. He had some arm issues, but fine pitcher.
And he's become quite the hitter as well. Ball high for ball 1. Moyles, a little bit late on that one and fouls it off.
Also talk about the rarest thing to be in baseball is to bat right and throw left.
And there's 2 of them on Evanston.
There's 2 of them with Perriman, one by accident, and I don't know the story with Moyles. Sometimes it's just more comfortable.
The 1-1. Tries to put a curveball up high, but it misses the window.
And, you know, you think about it. If you throw with your right hand, especially when you're younger, that bottom hand's on the bat. A lot of times that's when you're younger what you feel is more comfortable. So that's sometimes how you get those opposite bat throwing guys.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And that curveball finds the strike zone. Great location, a great pitch by Isaac Walker. First strikeout, number 2 for him.
Set Moyles down. Looking, and a little bit more curveball mixed in. I don't know if he gets to the bottom of the order or he changes things up. These guys have been in the dugout that first inning watching fastball, pounding in and around the zone. He comes back with the first batter heavy on the curve.
Here's one of the crafty veterans for the Evanston Outlaws, Brendan Thompson.
He starts out on a curveball, misses by a mile, though. This ends up over the helmet of Thompson, of course, about 3 feet to the right of his helmet.
Thompson isn't a very short person, so as he swings and misses at that one.
Works there. He gets the eye range up, and then he elevates on the fastball for the swing and miss.
some of the best viewing I've seen all year at a baseball game. We are right behind home plate as the next one misses outside for ball 2.
I'm going to need an ornithologist's take on this, but I think we might have an osprey nest up in the lights over in left center field.
Osprey or eagle of some sort?
2 of them, yeah. It looks like an osprey nest.
Thompson fouls off the next one.
Getting confirmation from a guy to my left that, yep, that is what they do. Osprey like to find tops of telephone poles, or obviously in this case light poles, and make their nest so they can get the view for the ball game.
Count even at 2 to Brendan Thompson. High, and that'll load it up. He's trying to put that curveball right in the same area he got Clayton Moyles, but...
Well, I think he missed on that. He slapped his glove as soon as he let go of it. Just missed on his release point, I think.
Full count. Swing and a miss, and down goes Thompson. So back-to-back strikeouts for Isaac Walker.
Found a little bit of a hole in the swing of Brendan there, elevating up on the fastball, and both of those swing and misses came after misses high on the curve. And I think Thompson saw that looping ball, and then it was tougher. Mentally, you get used to a speed. It was tougher to then speed it up to get the bat around on those fastballs.
First pitch to Kendall Cummings, swing and a miss for strike 1. Kendall batting, where are you? .358 coming into this weekend. Next pitch, swing and a miss. So a good morning, good afternoon, or are we about to see good night, Jake Hibbard?
Well, both of them have been elevated fastballs again, and that's exactly how he got Thompson. And I'd go right back there with how Cummings has been behind.
Breaking ball misses upstairs for ball 1.
And he's probably in the mid-70s right now. He said he'll go about 75 to 80. I don't know that it's hitting that 80 mark, but it is ahead of the bat speed right now.
Kendall tried to, looks like, reach out and slap one over by the first base line, but it goes foul.
Just a protection swing on 1 and 2, and he was late on that as well.
Isaac Walker starting to pump in there with a little bit of speed. The delivery, 2-2. Outside, full count again.
Good pitch on, I think it's 2 and 2.
Yeah, it's 2 and 2.
Good pitch on 1 and 2, though. He goes outside just a bit out, try to get the extension out, the swing and miss action, but Cummings didn't bite.
Next pitch, popped up into shallow shortstop area. Castill will come up and make the grab. So a 1-2-3 inning for the Bobcats, and it's still no score. We've got a pitcher's duel going into the third on a first make presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Brozana Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
Welcome back to a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and KNYN 99.1. Jagger Mitchell will take to the mound to take on Adrian Blanco. First pitch lined right up at the short second baseman Thompson. He goes over, puts it in the glove for out number 1. Good little grounder play there by Brendan.
Blanco came out of the gates aggressive, swung at the first pitch, and didn't get quite, it got a little bit over there. It was a good fielding position by Thompson, flipped it over to Allred for a pretty routine play.
Here comes the left fielder, Carter Stapleman. Left fielder, but he bats right-handed. Number 15 for this Madison Bobcats squad. 1 down. After the 4-3 putout. First pitch hit right at Reed Gross. Nice little grounder and a beautiful cross diamond throw by Reed for out number 2.
Pretty quick 3-hopper for Gross to gauge, and he had to pick it up off the lip if it hopped off the grass, then onto the dirt. A good read there, and didn't have too much time to throw for Reed.
Leadoff batter for this team, now batting third here in the third inning, Cody Rydalch, who is 0 for 1. He flew out to right field his first at-bat. Wind seems to be calming down a little bit, so we'll see if the ball can stay on the ground, as we've seen the last 2 batters ground out in the infield. First pitch from Mitchell. Fly ball into left field. Back goes Cummings, who makes the catch on the run, running to his left for another great defensive play. So, the Outlaws get them to go 1, 2, 3. We're headed to the bottom of the third already. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
Well, the Outlaws hoping to break the tie. It's no score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as we go to the bottom of the third inning. Elan OLLIFF and Jake Hibbard bringing you the action live from Giants Field in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming. Leading it off will be number 28, the third baseman, Kason Smith. And a few weeks ago in Rock Springs, he was playing catcher. He actually got contact on the front swing. They thought he broke his arm. Finished this story after the opening pitch is high for ball 1. They thought he broke his arm. The doctor said 3 hairline fractures. A week and a half later, Kason goes to a specialist, and they say, no, there's nothing there, and now he's out here playing ball.
Oh, good news for Kason, and glad to see him back out.
Next pitch, high and inside, ball 2.
Well, the next pitch is already number 50 for Isaac Walker. That 30-pitch first inning where he was finding his location is adding up.
Swing and a miss at one high. That one looked like almost similar location, but Kason thought it was going to drop a little bit more.
Yeah, Isaac's found his bread and butter with the bottom half of the order at least. I don't think he'll be able to stick straight with high heat on the top half. They're too patient for that.
Next pitch, beautiful breaking ball. Looked like kind of a speed curveball dropped in there for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, he is very effective as a pitcher. I'm loving watching Walker on the mound.
2-2, swing and a miss, and Kason goes down swinging to lead off the inning.
Catcher dropped the old 2 fingers there and finished him off.
Here's Reed, who is looking for his first at-bat of the game as he walked his first time up to start the game for the Evanston Outlaws.
Thought that might be heading somewhere. He had a little bit of something brewing with the hit and run there. I thought for sure Gross was going to be safe at second, but a great field by third baseman Rydalch allowed for the fielder's choice. That kind of stalled the inning.
Breaking ball in the zone for strike 1. Reed really up there in the batter's box. almost on that line. Pitch. Popped up high, shortstop runs up and makes the grab for out number 1.
Well, the last pitch of the second inning was exactly the same, although a little bit lower in the zone than the pitch that ended the second inning. And so far, when Walker's gone to his curveball, that's created a lot of guys popping the ball up. He is working in just 2 pitches, but working them very effectively, and they've got a lot of outs on that curve.
Gus Allred steps up 0 for 1. He grounded into he reached on a fielder's choice, back in the first pitch inside for ball 1. Walker, high, ball 2.
And a lot of guys try to get, they'll say, hey, what do you throw? They'll give you 4 or 5 pitches thrown out there. Clayton Kershaw made his career with really 2, kind of 3 pitches. He came with the fastball and that big 12-6, and then he developed the slider a little bit. But even so, you get a couple of good pitches, that's really all you need. Doc Gooden, he had a fastball curveball. He dominated the 80s.
And then you look at Randy Johnson, who had a fastball curveball,
yeah, that slider.
Yeah, that as well. He's really kind of got things going. I'm actually wearing a Randy Johnson jersey under my Cage jacket as Allred lines one into right field, shallow right field for a base hit.
It was a hot one, and Riley Sutton just missed on the glove. Great hit by Allred. He's gotten contact on both of his pitches in his 2 at-bats. This is the first single, though, of the day for him.
Jagger Mitchell, who's 1 for 1 with a single and then was left on first with a chance to move Allred over. Worthy to mention, Jagger, during his warm-up pitches at the beginning of this inning, threw one. It went into the screen, and it was almost looked like it was targeted at specific people.
Yeah, it looked like it was coming right for us. See if Walker stays outside with Mitchell as he did last time, trying to take away the dead pull power of Mitchell.
If you remember, it was about a 13-pitch at-bat against Jagger Mitchell. The first one, breaking ball, catches the outside part of the window and low for strike 1.
Yeah, came in at 10 pitches. That was the one that he actually split through the first and second base.
Checking the runner at first. That's Gus Allred with 1 down. Pitch. Jagger pops this one high, and another infield fly. Shortstop run up, and it's off of his glove.
It's okay. It's an infield fly rule. Nope,
he didn't call it.
There's only 1. And, well, there's not 2 guys on, I guess, so that won't matter. So that was my mistake on thinking on the fly, thinking the infield fly. Now you got to have 2 guys on for that, so everyone's safe. Hey, that's a old E6 there.
Yep. Cameron Castile runs up, thought he had it, and it almost looked like he closed his glove a little too quickly.
Just popped right out. It happens sometimes. Yep. Got lost or just tailed away from him at the last second. He got up too late this morning, got up too early. Could be a lot of things.
Ryan Fisher. He popped out to the second baseman first time up. First pitch he sees is up and away for ball 1.
And that's where Walker's elevating. It worked against the lower half of the order, but I don't think that's going to work against Fisher, the top of this order, as you see, with 2 men on and sitting at a couple of outs. Man in scoring position, taking a big lead there. That's Reed Gross, isn't it? Or is that's
Allred.
Allred, yeah. A little too tall there.
Next pitch, fly ball. This one into center field, and the catch is made, and that ends the inning.
Pena comes in, gets the grab. Good hit, but it hung in the air, and the wind died it down, and inning's over.
So no runs on 1 hit, 1 error with 2 left on base. We're headed to the 4th inning after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
Well, we are locked in an old-school pitcher's duel. No score heading into the fourth inning. Only 2 hits for Evanston, 1 for Madison. So a combined 3 hits given up by Isaac Walker and Jagger Mitchell.
It's been great pitching so far, and the barrels of the bats have just not found the ball, at least not in the position that they'd like. We've had a lot of pop flies, a lot of pop-outs. Really one error that got a man in scoring position for Evanston, but really outside of that, there's not been too much danger put on by either side. Madison, in talking to Isaac Walker before the game, he's felt great about how his team and the Cats have been doing this year, 14-6, and they actually went up against 4 blue-chip teams from Utah and performed well, beat some of them. He said, hey, we feel like we're at the top of our conference, or we can be, and they're looking like it. And Evanston currently sitting, albeit just 2 games in, at the top of their conference, but looking like they can be true AA West contenders. Looking the same way, top team from Wyoming against a top team from Idaho.
And honestly, I would say Evanston right now in the driver's seat in the West. They've played all 3 teams in the West thus far and have looked very good in all but maybe 2 of those games. 2 losses to Rock Springs, and those were some just kind of weird games if you were able to be in attendance there.
Yeah, I saw one of them happen in person, and there was just a 5-error inning by Evanston that gave 1 win away for the Outlaws to the Sand Puppies. But a lot of talent leaving the Oilers this past year. They're in a rebuilding program. They'll get back there. Also a changeover in management, so usually see a little bit of rebuilding there and an opening for the Outlaws.
Tyler Pena, the left-handed batter, leads it off for the Bobcats. He fouls pitch 1 for strike 1. It'll be Isaac Walker after Pena and Cameron Castill in the 3 spot here in the top of the 4th inning. No score on the Impact Physical Therapy score. Nobody's even touched third. Next pitch to Pena, down Broadway. Oh no, they called it outside. That looked down the center, but we're not calling balls and strikes from directly behind the plate. So it is ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Next one, chopped right at Thompson at second base. He throws to first for out number 1.
Little dribbler. Thompson had to move over to his left to field it, but luckily for him, he had tons of time to do it because the ball was dribbling like molasses on that ground before he picked it up.
Isaac Walker, the pitcher, who struck out his first time looking against Jagger Mitchell.
As a team, this Madison team hits just below 350. A great hitting team. Haven't seen that too much by either side today. Walker comes in at 342.
First pitch. Breaking ball catches the outside part of the zone for strike 1. Evanston batting .325 coming into this weekend as a team. That's number 1 in the West, and so far to my research, top 3 in the state of Wyoming in the AA level. Next one, fouled out of play in right field.
Walker a little bit behind that, but you have to watch for him to drive into these big gaps here at Giants Field as well. Second only behind Castill on the Madison team for extra base hits.
Jagger sets the glove at his face, gets the sign from Fisher. Steps, kicks, and deals. Swing and a miss. And that, good morning, good afternoon, good night type strikeout from Jagger Mitchell. That is strikeout number 3 for the Outlaws.
Well, Castill up to the plate. Last time he flew out to right field over to the glove of Clayton Moyles, as we saw 3 of the first fielded balls, actually the first 3, the other one was a strikeout, go over to right field.
First pitch to Castill. Inside, hits his helmet. He's going to be okay, and he will advance to first. That'll bring up Landon Drake, who has the lone hit for the Bobcats, the catcher.
Landon Drake, as you mentioned last time, a lefty in the box. A catcher, throws right. Got the New Balance cleats on.
Jagger checks the runner. Kicks and deals. Inside, and that one's away from Fisher. That will advance the runner to second. So Cameron Castle goes to second on a, see if I'm going to score that a passed ball, I believe.
That'd be a wild throw, I'd say.
First runner on second for the Bobcats today. So runner in scoring position for the first time for Madison. 2 down. Pitch. Good stop by Fisher, as that one's in the dirt for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes, no score here in the top of the 4th inning. 2-hour time limit. Game started at 10:10 a.m. After this game, we'll have a quick post game, then we'll take a quick break, then we'll be ready for Game 2 against Idaho Falls.
That'll be pretty quick.
Next pitch, inside corner, first strike, 1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Second game scheduled for, what, 12:15?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a quick turnaround. Are we switching streams, or are we staying on the same one?
We'll be on the same stream, so just when this game's over, just hang tight, and we'll get you over to Idaho Falls versus Evanston as soon as that matchup begins. Fly ball into right field. Moyles on the run trying to get it. It drops. They thought about sending the runner home, but they give him the stop sign.
Castile turned around and fell down to the ground in the grass after he was full head of steam going home. An aggressive call down at the third baseline, seeing immediately off the bat that the ball was going to fall in between first and right field. He started running immediately, gave him the opportunity to score. The throw to home actually gets over the head of Ryan Fisher that, had he kept going, he would have been able to score. But once that ball gets over the head, because there's a shorter backstop here and it's brick, it bounces a little bit. It's not like those chain link fences where if the ball goes over, you're running and scoring. You got to be more careful here at Giants Field.
Pinch hitter or runner for the catcher, Kakoa Jensen, goes to second as Riley Sutton steps into the batter's box and fouls the first one over the first base dugout.
He sent that one out to the Jackson Hole High School football field. Just over to our right.
Runners on second and third with 2 down for Madison. Mitchell kicks and deals. Liner right at the shortstop. Reed fields it at short, and it is off of the glove of Gus Allred. 2 runs are going to score, 1 on the hit and 1 on the error.
Well, the throw goes over the head of Allred. It was off to the left, too. Put Gus in a dangerous position with the runner coming right at him in Sutton. And that's a RBI for Sutton on what we'll call an E6.
Right fielder, number 21.
Advances the second run home. And Sutton on to second.
So Sutton advanced on the error. That'll bring up Reed Nelson, who struck out his first time. First pitch, he lines in between the gap between the second and third baseman, and the runner will score from second. It's 3-0 now on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Give the RBI to Reed Nelson.
Well, it's gut check time for Evanston because Madison's doing what they do. They hit .344. They saw what Jagger Mitchell had to offer the first time through the lineup. Nothing doing there. This second time around, they're getting it moving along, and a little bit of errant throwing, a little bit of good hitting. I'm going to give credit to the Madison Cat hitters more than the fielding or anything like that. They're earning these runs, so Evanston's going to have to come back against Walker and get their timing right on the bats because this Madison team is showing why they're good. No, they're not going to put up a ton of runs. Very disciplined, though, and very patient at the plate.
Adrian Blanco, who's 0 for 1. He grounded out to the second baseman back in the third inning.
I didn't even need to look down when I saw Blanco in the box. I was like, that's a first baseman. There's some guys you can just see.
Yep.
Reminds me of John Kruk for the Phillies.
Kind of an open stance for Blanco. First pitch. Popped up high, and that one will get down in the infield. Good pickup there by the second baseman. Throw to first for out number 1. What a play there by Brendan Thompson. So that ends the inning. So 3 runs on 2 hits and an error. It's 3-0 on the 4-0, sorry, on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
Well, the Evanston Outlaws give up 4 in the top of the 4th, and now, as my pal Jake Hibbard says, it's gut check time.
Casey Perriman, a good guy to have lead off if he can get on base because of his speed. You don't care, walk, run, hit by pitch, hit on the top of your bill for a free pass. Take whatever you can get.
First pitch. Misses for a ball. Next one. Pop up into the infield. Walker runs over into foul territory by the first base dugout. It makes the grab for out number 1.
Long 45-foot run for Walker grab there, but a fastball low. Perriman had a good pitch to hit. Just, again, a pop-up. That was on a fastball, though. And the timing of the hitters has been disrupted mightily for the Outlaws by Walker.
Clayton Moyles, number 8 for the Outlaws, steps in, right-handed batter. Clayton, he struck out his first time up. The pitch. Inside, but it worked its way back in the zone for strike 1.
Good curveball by Walker, a guy who has allowed just 1 earned run on the season. And this is his 4th start of the year.
Next pitch. Swing and a miss outside for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes.
Goes looping slow ball, followed by the fastball. Moyles was way late and tried to extend.
4-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard after the Madison Bobcats put up 4 in the bottom of the 4th. Checks the swing, and they're saying he went. They appealed to the umpire at first. They say Clayton went, and he will go down swinging. 2 strikeouts for Clayton.
I agree with the call there at first base. It looked like his initial movement was straight out, and that again, he goes up the ladder there and gets Moyles.
Brendan Thompson, a strikeout victim his first time. First pitch, chopper at the first baseman. It's off his glove. Are they going to recover it in time? Yes, as Isaac Walker ran over to cover the play, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. A 3-1 putout ends the 4th, and it's 4-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Sorry, 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Looking at the wrong spot on the scoreboard. Evanston trails on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
A pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
The wind is picking up a little bit as Jagger Mitchell goes out for inning number 5 of work. So far for Jaggeries are out, allowed 4 runs, 4 hits, and Evanston has committed 1 error. Here in the top of the 5th. First pitch popped up high for strike 1 to Carter Stapleman, the left fielder.
Big foul ball right over the head. Almost looked like, luckily the netting goes up high, but it could have sailed right into that, not press box, I'll call it a crow's nest. Since we're not in there, it can't be a press box now, can it?
No, it can't.
Big shot out into left center field. Good read, though, by Perriman, and grabs it in for the first out.
So 1 down after the fly out to center field. That'll now bring up Cody Rydalch, who is 0 for 2. He flew out to left, flew out to right.
First baseman, number 7, Cody.
No, it looks like we've got a pitch hitter, Keegan Sutton.
It's Segan. Segan Sutton.
Segan Sutton.
Went and talked to their manager prior to the game, and Segan came up, and I said, hey, it's Segan, and he's like, hey, maybe someone will say my name right for once. It's spelled, I think, C-I-E. So
Segan Sutton will take over in the 5th.
Right-handed hitter, wears number 9. Would have to assume some relation to Riley, but we won't go any farther than that.
First pitch to Segan from Mitchell, up high for ball 1.
And have to see if it's also a straight change if he goes to third base or if there's more changes around.
Next pitch to Segan, swing and a miss. No, we got a piece of it, but it's still the same result, strike 1.
Sitting at 3-0, and left field's playing a little deep, right field pretty shallow.
1-1 up high and out for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Jagger slowing things down a little bit. Trying to make sure he's got things dialed down where he wants it. 1 down here in the top of the 5th. 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Next one, breaking ball, catches the outside part of the zone for strike 2.
At the 20-foot wall out, and I'm going to say that's probably about 20 feet at the apex there at Giants Field.
Got to say, that is my favorite feature at this field. So cool. Next pitch, outside and low for ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Now that I'm looking at this, there has been a lot of evolution happening. There used to be, I think it was batting cages right there before the giant Quonset or shed's been in our shop, whatever you want to call it. A great indoor facility that looks like the Jackson Giants have for themselves now.
Next pitch popped up. First baseman Gus Allred takes 2 steps back and makes the grab for out number 2.
6-7 years ago, I was calling games inside what was then the locker room just to our right, and players would come in. They'd be playing the PlayStation 2, and I think they were playing MLB The Show about 2005, maybe. I mean, these were games that were probably out about the time these kids were in kindergarten. But, you know, they had the PS2 in there. You had the aroma of a baseball locker room that's about 10 feet by 10 feet. Now they've got that big facility. Big things happening here.
Dylan Rydalk comes in for his first at-bat of the game. number 4 for the Bobcats.
Jason Huggins, a longtime manager for these Jackson Giants. Always appreciate his accommodations when we come to town. And also a first-year, as of last year, girls basketball head coach. He served down at the JV and freshman level prior to that.
Looks like we're closing the book on Isaac Walker as number 8. Mason Flannery is on deck in his spot.
Well, that's a great outing by Walker. Puts in his team in position to win after 4 full.
First pitch from Jagger Mitchell to Dylan Rydalk. Called for a strike. Mitchell delivers up high. Ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Interesting to see games half over and Madison kind of just bringing in
their foot off the gas a little bit.
Well, we don't know that. Maybe these guys
are the gas.
You know, maybe they have a lot of guys who can do position similarly, so they see a 4-day tournament and say, let's not wear anyone out day 1. Play you here 4 innings, there 4 innings.
Jordan Schneider, the usual third baseman for the Evanston Outlaws, just ran behind us. Another example of how this is a long tournament, so you're going to see some movement of players around. Connor Peterson, who's usually out there, not out there today for this first game either, as Rydalch, fouls this one for strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 here in the top of the 5th. Madison leads. Mitchell delivers up high. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 2 down here in the bottom or top of the 5th. Segan Sutton popped out to the first baseman. Then Carter Stapleton flew out to center.
That ball hits, I think, the concrete just in front of the concession stands. I don't know that the concession stands are open or planned to be, but they're sitting out to the right side and just behind the first base dugout out of play.
Rydalch, grounder to third baseman, throw across the diamond. Beautiful snag by Gus Allred at first for out number 3.
And that's what I talk about when I say Gus. Yeah, he's a lefty, so he kind of gets put in that position, but he's taken it and flourished with it. The defensive presence allows the stretch and keep the foot on the bag for the final out of the half inning.
First inning, or top of the 5th over. We're headed to the bottom of the 5th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Kendall Cummings lead us off here in the bottom of the 5th. Kason Smith and Reed Gross are the 2-3 in this part of the inning. First pitch to Kendall. Popper at the third baseman. Throw is going to be close. Did he get him? Yes. Great snag at first by Adrian Blanco.
Rolled over that ball and it just popped into the glove of the third baseman on one hop, and a good stretch there over at first base. Give credit.
Correction, that's Mark Telford, the new first baseman for
First baseman,
the
third baseman, number 28, Mason Smith.
And also should mention Isaac Walker. Flannery never came into bat, so Walker comes back out onto the mound for a 5th inning of work and loops a curveball for a strike.
Kason Smith 0 for 1 after striking out back in the 3rd. Next one.
Seen that a few times where fastball goes off the chest protector. I think it might have grazed the helmet of the umpire there. He's good, though.
No balls, 2 strikes to Kason Smith. After Kason, you got Reed Gross, who's standing on the on-deck circle with that unique white and black helmet mix. Next pitch inside for ball 1. 1 ball, 2 strikes as the call for good eye comes from the Evanston faithful. Ones who made the 3.5-hour trip from Evanston either last night or today. Next pitch, swing and a miss, and down goes Kason for the second time in the game.
Well, he was on the pitch, fastball on the outside edge, pretty much dead red as far as height goes, or just a bit below the belt, but swing and a miss. And Walker continues to find holes in those outlaw bats.
3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bottom of the 5th inning as Reed Gross steps in. He's 0 for 1. He walked in the first and then popped out to the shortstop back in the 4th. First pitch up high for ball 1.
Well, Gross got caught last time with a little pop-up. Got hit on the curveball. Popped it up out into shortstop.
Next one, 3 hopper to third baseman. Throw is in time for out number 3, and another 1-2-3 inning for the Madison Bobcats. So no runs, no hits, no errors. It's still 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're off to the 6th inning after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites. This beautiful log hotel offers 5 hot tubs, 1 pool, a fitness center, and fabulous indoor atrium. Offering jacuzzi and fireplace suites, the guest rooms are comfortable and relaxing. Plus, every stay includes a delicious extended continental breakfast. Whenever you're in Casper, stay at the best place. Come On In Hotel and Suites. Come on in today. Come On In Hotel and Suites, Casper.
When you want something custom built for your home, farm and ranch, vehicle, or trailer, it needs to be done with precision, be strong, and be affordable. Get all this and more when you work with the Steel Shop at Ellingford Brothers. You bring the plan or idea, and they'll make it a reality. The Steel Shop sells and installs vehicle accessories like bull bars, running boards, and bed liners. They also specialize in truck and trailer hitches as well. Get it built to last. Ellingford Brothers, 221 County Road in Evanston.
Business cards are a powerful and inexpensive way to promote the goods and services you offer. You can design your own cards or have the professionals at Westar Printing design your business cards. Now with same day and next day turnaround on all business card printing, you don't have to wait. Get your business cards today. Professional quality, inexpensive prices, and quick turnaround. Visit Westar Printing, 243 7th Street in Evanston, across from the library. Westar Printing, 307-789-5202.
We'll close the book on Isaac Walker, who has pitched a great one. He goes 5 innings, allow no runs, 2 hits. Evanston has stranded 4 on base with Walker on the mound. Leading off will be Mason Flannery for the Bobcats. And you made a comment during break about the defense that we've seen from this Madison team that I really have to agree with.
Yeah, they've been great. There's been some balls that have been should have been funky infield singles here and there. I mean, even that one, Reed's got good speed, but Rydalch has been just a vacuum cleaner out at third base, picking them up and firing over to first. Now, in 15 game appearances this year, Flannery's a pretty good hitter. He's got 15 singles and a 444 average with a 490 on-base average, so not going to walk a lot, but pretty good bat-to-ball contact.
First pitch misses for ball 1, the 1-0. Chopped along the first base line and foul into the first base dugout. Flannery got the flow working, probably some of the longest hair I've seen all season, as it does touch the top of the number 8 on the back of his jersey.
Yeah, got the long brown locks. It's quarantine hair.
Liner into right field. Moyles runs up, can't make the grab, and that's a leadoff single for Mason Flannery.
And Mason, like we said, 444 hitter, good bat to ball, and didn't try to do too much with the pitch. Got solid contact, didn't try to drive it out of the park, just went over the infield and out into right field for a base knock.
Kikoa Jensen steps in for his first at bat. He pitched run for Landon Drake earlier in the game.
Kakoa, one of the few hitters on Madison, hitting below the 300 clip, but not too far down. 281 on the season, and that's in 32 at-bats. This Legion season obviously gets started late, so by now, July 2nd, we'd be expecting to see more at-bats. Everything's a little bit funky.
3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 6th. Looks like we probably will make it through this one. As Kakoa lines one along the third base line, it's fair. A diving attempt by Kason Smith.
Knocked off the end of his glove.
Yeah, it was close. He was able to rebound quickly to hold the runner at second. So, miraculously, Flannery does not make it to third.
Well, it hit the end of Kason's glove, and that made it stop pretty much dead just beyond the feet of the third base coach. So Kason was able to just get up, and immediately, as soon as the third base coach saw the ball kind of right by where he was standing, he said, hold up a second.
New batter for Landon Drake, I believe. No, I'm sorry, that is Landon Drake over the right-handed or left-handed batting catcher. Jagger checks. Drake lays down a bunt along the first base line, and
Allred lets that one go foul.
Yep.
See Madison playing some small ball here. You got no one out and two guys on first and second. Open up that first base bag. Landon looks like he got some speed as well. Tried to lay it down right on the line, and it just rolled over that freshly chalked first base line.
Brendan Ball on deck for the Madison Bobcats. Nobody down. Runners on first and second. 3-0. Madison here at the top of the 6th.
Mitchell's working through the litany of the pitches being offered at by Fisher. Finally agrees on something.
Another bunt. This one, it's not going to go foul. Jagger picks it up, throws it, and it's off of the glove of Brendan Thompson at first. 1 run scores. They're sending another one down as it rolls into right field. 2 runs score, and it is a reached third base by Landon Drake on the air.
Well, you score 2 runners on that, and it's a E4 on Brendan Thompson coming over to cover the bag as Gus Allred was charging in on that bunt. It was fielded by Mitchell. He gave a little bit of a look at second, wasn't going to throw there, and then fired to first. Thompson was kind of almost straddling the bag when he went to grab it. It went right into his glove and then popped right out the back of it. Forces 2 runs in unearned by Mitchell, but that doesn't matter here in the top of the 6th. The Outlaws need some runs, and they need to slow this down. Still no outs, and another guy 90 feet away from home.
Brendan Ball takes his first swings of the game. First one is fouled for strike 1.
Ball comes in with just 8 hits on this season, but for him in his 9th game of the year, that's a hit per game, sitting at a .222 average.
Ball, right-handed batter against Jagger Mitchell, right-handed pitcher. Nobody down and a runner on third. 2 runs already in this inning for Madison. Jagger pitches outside, misses for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, this is where you saw that great defense of Madison. They've played pretty much air-free baseball today. I think there was one early on the little pop-out of the glove on the pop-up to short, but that's been it.
Jagger kicks and deals. That one low, and now that is 2-1. And my apologies, it was 1 ball, 1 strike earlier.
Good news for the Outlaws is you get a game right after this.
Yeah.
So you got 4 days to play. Can't let it sit. Just move on to the next game as far as those fielding mishaps have gone.
Immediately after this, Evanston's got the Idaho Falls Tigers, and then tomorrow, the Thunder Ridge Titans. The 2-1 misses outside, 31 count. And then 4th of July against Lone Peak, who Evanston played twice in the Ross Kesterson Memorial Tournament and split that. Both of those games a 1-run thriller. That's going to be our 4th of July game, and then they'll take on the hosting Jackson Giants on Sunday morning, the final game of their 2020 Teton Classic, as Ball works a walk and gets to first.
Not too much there for Jagger, and looking down to that third base dugout line and not seeing anything.
Here's Reed Nelson, who's 1 for 2 with an RBI.
Wondering how much longer Jagger's got. He's Not that these have been his fault, but at some point, those runs compound in your head, and he was off on his location on the last at-bat.
Next pitch, our first pitch is in the zone. Good breaking ball down Broadway for strike one. One thing to keep in mind is that Evanston, this is the first of 5 games that they'll be playing over the next 4 days, and they want to conserve pitching, so maybe that's why there's a little bit longer leash than you would expect at this point in the game. Plus, it's 5-0 as it's popped up into the shortstop area. Reed Gross runs over and makes the grab for out number 1.
Telford coming to the plate for his first time today. He is a mighty good hitter, 368. Smaller sample size. This just his 10th game of the year, so he's played in 1/2 of the contest. Looks like Madison, though, gets a lot of guys in. If they get any sort of lead, they're confident to put some new guys in and give them some at-bats.
That's also how you grow a program as well. Give the future a chance to develop, which we've seen Evanston do a little bit in similar situations. We're on the other side of this. It's 5-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. As you mentioned, Evanston will play Idaho Falls right after this, so that's the good news, is as soon as this game's over, you put this one in the rear view and move on.
16 rostered members of the Madison Cats, too, so a little bit of room to run with in a 4-day tournament.
First pitch fouled into the dirt for strike 1.
You're an airplane up ahead.
Yeah.
That's been a rare sound.
No balls, 1 strike to Telford. Right-handed batter. First pitch, swing and a miss at 1 low. Good stop by Fish behind the plate.
Good circle change thrown by Jagger, and saw it dive down, almost hitting the plate. I can barely see that orange plate out there. Bottom fell out of that, though, against Telford.
No balls, 2 strikes. Jagger Mitchell, right-handed pitcher. Mark Telford, right-handed batter. 1 down here in the top of the 6th. Runner on the corners. This one, chopper at the mound. Jagger recovers, throws to first for out number 2. Good job, Jagger.
Had a little bit of trouble getting a hold of that ball, but was able to look off the runner waiting at third base and get the out.
That'll bring up, it would be Carter Sableman. Instead, we're going to see Jace Latham.
Latham's actually, this is his 17th game, so he gets in most games. Looks like a glove guy, hitting .226 on the season. 6 singles and a double to his name, 4 RBIs and 13 runs scored.
2 down with a runner on second and third. First pitch just up high for ball 1. Ooh, that's Brendan Ball over there on third. Pitch. Outside corner for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jagger has gotten them out the last 2 batters in a row. He got Reed Nelson to pop out to shortstop, and then Mark Telford grounded out to the pitcher. Next one low in the dirt. Good stop by Fisher.
It's Landon Drake over at third base, actually.
Oh, okay.
He came in after the bunt by, was that Kakoa who came in and bunted, or was it Landon? No, it was Landon who laid the bunt down, so he's been sitting there
since
after those 2 runs came in on the air.
2 balls, 1 strike to Jace Latham. The delivery. Chopper in the gap between first and second. That will score 1 run. They're bringing home the second. And 2 more runs score on the RBI single.
I wish my LA Dodgers would hit situationally like these Madison Bobcats do. You got a guy on second and third. You got 2 outs, and they go opposite side, find the hole. Right-handed hitters have had no trouble taking a pitch the opposite way with a big gap given in between first and second throughout this entire contest for Madison.
Segan Sutton, the third base, or sorry, I originally had the third baseman. Don't know what position he's playing yet. will come on. He's 0 for 1, popped out to the first baseman his first time up. First pitch, chopper between second and third. Kason Smith looked like he had a chance at it, but it gets past him. And back-to-back singles for Madison.
Segan actually the leading man on the team hitting average-wise at .463.
Dylan Rydalch grounded out to the third baseman his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Steps in the right-handed batter's box. This inning has gone quite a while. 11:42. We will not start another inning after 12:10. First pitch, swing and a miss for strike one.
And I don't know, because I would keep track of those sometimes, and sometimes the umpire and upstairs would have a little bit different. I don't know what the exact time is, but probably between 8 after and 10. And sometimes in these tournaments, they'll call them early.
Actually, looking at the score right now, it's, I believe, 8 runs.
Yep, 8
after
runs.
5, and we're in the 6th inning. So if Madison puts one more across the plate and then Evanston isn't able to put anything, it'll end after the next inning.
2 outs, and at second, Jace Latham represents that winning run.
Pitch inside for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike to Dylan Rydalch.
That's a new one I've seen this year, and I don't know if it's going to become standard. I don't mind it, but 10 runs after 4 innings, 8 runs after 5.
The delivery. Liner right at shortstop, pitches it to second for the force out to get out of the inning. So he gets out on a fielder's choice, and that will end the 6th inning. So 3 runs score as it's 7-0 heading into the bottom of the 6th on a First Bank presentation. First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center gives you access to 3 amazing weight rooms. As a serious weightlifter, you can accomplish all your goals of bulking and maximizing with our complete lines of Precor, Hoist, and Troy free weight equipment. If your weightlifting is more focused on firming, toning, core, and muscle strength, then you'll enjoy the Cybex equipment weight room. Don't wait another minute to reach your weight training goals. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. Well, we're working on closing the book on Isaac Walker as Mason Flannery steps onto the mound for the Madison Bobcats as we're here in the 6th inning.
Well, and Isaac Walker goes 5 innings complete, gives up just 2 hits. He walked a man early, and it was of note because that was only his 7th walk given up in 14 innings this year. But he didn't walk anyone after that. 6 strikeouts and a litany of pop-ups and outs on that curveball, fastball combination. A lot of his strikeouts came on elevating on the fastball, and a lot of the pop-ups came in the curveball. Bat getting a little bit under. So, again, 5 complete, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. Mason Flannery comes in with 11 1/3 innings on the year, 1-1 record, 13 hits given up, and a 3.7 ERA. He's hit 4 men, struck out 12, walked 5, and given up 6 earned runs. In fact, 6 runs, all of them earned on the season.
It's 7-0 here in the bottom of the 6th inning as Gus Allred steps in the left-handed side of the batter's box to lead it off for the Outlaws. First pitch of the game from Mason Flannery. Chopped up high in the infield by Allred. Second baseman runs up and makes the grab for out number 1.
Give good hack to it, but again, under the ball. That's been the story of this game all morning and moving in close to the afternoon long. Segan Sutton playing at second base on the glove of that.
Jagger Mitchell steps in He is 1 for 2, reached on an error and got a single. This is his first at-bat since that 3rd inning. Evanston still looking for their first run of the game as they trail 7-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. First pitch to Mitchell. Chopped foul and out of play on the first base side.
First baseman had a quick jump at that, so he had a ton of room to run. Luckily for the Outlaws, not a ton of room to run into until you're out of real estate here in this field, so that ball goes out of play.
0-1 to Mitchell. Inside, he had to do a little shimmy to kind of get out of the way. Moves like Jagger indeed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Official start time 10-10, so they won't start another inning after 12-10 as we're about roughly 13 minutes away from that.
We've got about 23 minutes until, so we should get a 7th inning unless, of course, the Outlaws get those 7 runs, which they would love here in the 6th. That may put us back a little bit.
Flannery, the 2-1 to Mitchell. Jagger just below that to sky it up for another foul ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Believe we have the Texas tiebreaker here after that too, which is now just becoming the tiebreaker. That's MLB's rules for this upcoming 60-game season.
Super excited for that to get started. 23rd and the 24th of July opening day for that. 2-1 outside.
And I watched the World Baseball Classic. I'd imagine I may not have been alone and waking up at 5 in the morning, 4 in the morning to watch some of those games. I hated the Texas tiebreaker in those contests when they were utilized, but, you know.
Pitch inside corner for strike 3. Jagger goes down looking, and he looked surprised on the call. I thought it almost rushed
shocked
in on him.
He was shocked that it was called, but he's set down looking.
Yep.
Score stays 7-0. I didn't necessarily like it, but I can't disagree with getting it either because you got to fit so many games in, and how many facilities do you have? I don't know the details behind that. You got to do what you got to do to get a season in.
Ryan Fisher now steps in, chops one along the first base line right into the glove of first baseman Mark Telford, and that is going to be the inning. An unassisted ground out to the first baseman. Another 1-2-3 inning. And Mason Flannery picks up right where Isaac Walker leaves off. It's still 7-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're headed to the 7th inning on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Jagger Mitchell goes out to start inning number 7 of work, so it looks like Coach Chad Thompson going to let him throw the complete game as the Outlaws trail 7-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. They are the designated home team, so they'll get at least one more crack at it, as Evanston probably thinking right now that, hey, if we can get a rally going in the 7th, great, but right now let's just hold our defense, get our defense to hold, and then maybe that'll produce some good results in the next game against Idaho Falls.
Well, Jaggers, I mean, he's done all right. He's had 3. Half of the innings he's been in have gone 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of fielding, a little bit of good batting. There's been some great Madison hitters today who've got a hold of some, and they've been patient. We've gone through pretty much this lineup twice now. They basically replaced everyone. And as I'm looking at the stats, they've got hitters at all levels of this order. It looks like they just put in, I don't even know that you call them starters, half guys for the first half of the game, and we got our lineup for the second half of the game. It's a great team, and it's been fun to watch. They've earned this 7-0 win, this 7-0 lead to this point.
Mason Flannery, the left-handed batter, will step in to face Mitchell. First pitch in the zone for strike one. Mason got a single back in the 6th inning, so he's 1 for 1.
So
next one inside, chopped up high, center field. Perriman going to his right and makes the grab for out number 1.
So you were asking me about Jagger. 7 runs given up. How many of them have been earned? 0 have been earned, according to the official stats on the day.
I'll now bring up Kakoa Jensen. That's surprising because I'm looking at the scores, and a lot of them scored on singles, but can't argue with the official stats.
Well, you got to consider with the reconstruction of an inning, too, if there should have already been 3 outs, a single scoring would not have mattered.
Flannery flied out to center. That brings up Kakoa Jensen. First pitch is taken for a ball. Next one misses outside, ball 2. Yeah, I'm looking at my stat sheet right now, and you're right. A lot of those runs that would have, quote-unquote, been earned, there were 2 outs when something went wrong. So
a no earned run day and 7 given up to this point. That's how baseball goes.
So actually, when you look at Jagger Mitchell, a pretty good day for him as he's not actually give up any runs in this one so far.
He's given up some base runners, and that puts you in the position. He's had a good day, and it's just been a very solid team. 14-6 on their way to 15-6. I like this Madison team. I think the Outlaws are glad they won't have to see him the rest of the year.
Next one misses outside. It's a 5-pitch walk by Jagger Mitchell as he punches his glove, wanting that one.
Brings up Landon Drake. He bunted as a sacrifice last time up, last inning. He had guys on first and second base, laid down the bunt. The air scored both those guys, and he got all the way to third base and eventually came around to score himself.
Before that, it was a single and a double as the first pitch is off of the glove of Ryan Fisher, and the runner advances to second.
Well, immediate scoring position for Landon Drake.
Jagger checks the runner at second and deals.
Extra step taken out by Kakoa just before the pitch came in. That led to the step out by Ryan Fisher to make sure he wasn't trying to go anywhere after the pitch was delivered home.
Up high and out for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Runner in scoring position with 1 down. Next pitch, good throw by Mitchell and a good catch by Fisher as he throws down to second to check up on Kakoa. So 3 balls, no strikes. Oh, no, they corrected it. The umpire is correcting it. 2 balls and 1 strike as the last pitch was pretty close to right down the middle. Jagger checks the runner at second, delivers. This one fouled into the screen, literally right above my head for strike 2. Brendan Ball on deck for the Madison Bobcats.
He's currently trying to wrangle the cats that are the baseballs that come through this little ball retrieval system that doesn't have quite enough of a lip back up. Someone throws the ball through on one end and it pops out into the field of play on the other.
2 balls, 2 strikes to the current batter, which is Landon Drake. Next pitch misses outside and low. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Runner on second with 1 out. Here in the top of the 7th, Evanston trails 7-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Mitchell taking a long walk after that, and I'm not sure if he was frustrated with his positioning of the pitch or the call, but either way, takes an exaggerated stride out towards second before stepping back onto the mound into the set position.
Next pitch is outside for a walk.
Sitting at 1 out and men on first and second.
Our broadcast today brought to you in part by Union Wireless on 198 Front Street in Evanston, treating you like a neighbor, not a number. And it looks like that may be the end for Jagger Mitchell as Coach Thompson takes the ball and he's bringing in Casey Perriman. Our broadcast also brought to you in part by Superior Rental in the Gun Room at 571 Prospector Drive in Evanston. Full line of Cub Cadet outdoor power equipment in stock and ready to go. They have a in-house mechanic, so when you come and pick up your whatever rental equipment you'd like, it's all serviced and ready to go. That is Superior Rental in the Gun Room at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. Also brought to you by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic at 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. Blood work, dietary supplements, and a weight loss program. They also help with allergies. Ryan Steinekert has an awesome story about how he was suffering from allergies at the beginning of the season. Called Dr. Hoover, and he went in there and helped him out, and now he's allergy-free, Jake Hibbard.
6 1/3 innings for Casey Perriman on the year and an 8.8 earned run average in a tough mop-up duty here. 2 men on, 1 out, and a 7-0 hole. This is the old middle reliever situation you get put into of, well, go do what you can, get us out of this inning and into the bottom half as best position as you can.
Our broadcast also brought to you in part by MyLocalRadio.com. Local radio just for you. Live and regional news, weather, job listings, giveaways, and as you can see, live regional sports.
You got an issue with the wind, so it was blown away. You didn't happen to bring stakes for this canopy, did you?
No, but we do have some rope that we can use to tie it for.
Might have to do, or we might have to abandon it altogether because the wind's picking up a little bit here, swirling back toward us.
Casey Perriman steps on the mound with runners on first and second as we're waiting for the go-ahead as they haven't faded out the in-stadium music quite yet. He'll face Brandon Ball after Landon Drake walked. First pitch.
Low and inside.
Ball 1. Next one popped up high and foul out of play over by the left field fence.
A lot of debris floating around the field as the wind picks up, the little imitation cotton floating throughout the air.
6 1/3 innings pitched by Jagger. Next one inside and low for ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike. Perriman, the left-handed pitcher, checks the runner at second and delivers. And that one off of the glove of Fisher. Runners will advance. So now you've got runners on second and third.
Opens up the base there. Still sitting at 1 out. I wonder if we see a one down the right field line.
Next pitch up high, and that is another walk, and the bases are loaded. So that'll bring up Reed Nelson.
The walk brings to the plate left fielder Reed Nelson.
So I got Jagger Mitchell with 7 runs, none of them earned, 6 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, as first pitch to Reed Nelson is in there for strike 1. Two strikeouts. And right now on the hook for the loss. Swing and a miss, 0-2 now to Reed Nelson.
Well, doesn't he have a couple more batters up, our guys that he faced on base?
Yeah, the first and second, the guys on second and third right now, he's responsible for. So we can't officially say how many runs were scored on him and how many were earned as the next pitch misses outside for ball one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Next one popped up high, going foul over by the first base dugout. Looks like I've got 1, 2, 3 walks for Jagger, including 1 here in the 7th or 2 in the 7th, excuse me. So that kind of ended his day. Next one misses outside, and it's now 2 balls, 2 strikes. Reed Nelson started the at-bat going down by 2 strikes, and now he is this close to working a full count. The pitch. Fly ball into center field, and it is caught by Gross. He fires it back in there, and the runner will try to advance from third on the sac fly.
Kakoa comes home, puts it at 8-0, and that's another run put on for Jagger Mitchell. And you mentioned the walks. You say 3 walks for Jagger on the day?
Yes.
Yeah, he's got 3 walks. Had 3 strikeouts as well, so not a big swing and miss day for him. And Casey getting that second out. Just 1 more to go, and you do open it up a bit. Sure, 7-0, 8-0 at this point. I think the Outlaws are just trying to look to get out of this half inning however they can, with Telford up at the plate.
Perriman, first pitch to Mark Telford outside to the right-hander, ball 1. Left-handed pitcher, right-handed batter. Telford, first his only at-bat so far, he grounded out to the pitcher. Next pitch, swing and a miss for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, that was the first earned run by Jagger Mitchell of the day, coming home to score for Kakoa. Came with Perriman on the mound, and after he was already out of the game.
Next pitch finds the zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mark Telford. 2 down with runners on first and second. Perriman sets and delivers. Tried to get a breaking ball in the zone. Missed that one. I think a small part of Perriman thought that was in there as he was hoping to be off the mound and done.
Certainly looked a little low to me.
Next pitch. Swing and a miss, and Evanston gets out of the inning. So, 1 run on no hits with 2 left on base. We're headed to the bottom of the 7th. Evanston's got to score 8 or it's all over on a First Bank presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Do or die, Jake Hibbard. Do or die as the Evanston Outlaws trail 8-0 heading into the bottom of the 7th. After this, they will have a matchup with the Idaho Falls Tigers as they are here in their orange jerseys along the third baseline fence, kind of over in right field. first baseline, excuse me, as Mason Flannery looking to close this one out and end it for a very impressive Madison Bobcat squad.
Well, Flannery out on the mound trying to close it. So far combined 2-hit baseball in both of those singles. And they have not yet, the Outlaws have not yet had anyone advance onto third base. They've struck out 7 times, twice by Moyles and Smith with a pair of strikeouts. And it's been a rough day. You thought maybe you get Walker off the mound, you get a little bit of something. Not the case. Flannery has picked up right where Walker left off and pitched excellently.
Casey Perriman, who's 0 for 2, he's struck out and popped out in his first plate appearances, takes pitch 1 for strike 1.
Number 8 versus number 2, righty for Perriman, just getting off the mound as the lefty.
Pitch to Perriman, swing and a miss for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes to Casey.
Got caught out in front of the curveball, trying to hammer it out to left field.
The 0-2 from Flannery. Up high for ball 1.
Well, you mentioned with Jagger Mitchell, as you were adding everything up, he did finish with 1 earned run, but overall not bad. 8 runs given up, of course, the big storyline. Just one of them earned, walked 4, and that was really the toughest thing for Jagger, especially at the very end, walking those few guys that ended his days. Gave up 7 hits, so you look at it, sure, it was just 1 earned run, but certainly got a lot of base runners on. Overall, though, you take that one, move on, learn from it, know you face some great hitters, and get out maybe next week, or I don't know if on Sunday he'll be available on that pitch count.
Liner into left field along the third base line. Casey Perriman thought about digging for extra bases, but he holds up at first. So Casey, only the 3rd hit by Evanston batting, and that'll now bring up Jordan Schneider, who's coming in for Clayton Moyles.
Also just a single, as like that's Kakoa out in left field. Stayed in front of it, but easily the best contact Evanston's had on a baseball all contest long.
Brendan Thompson indeed on the on-deck circle. First pitch.
I'm going to hang out over here for a while, Elon.
Okay.
Trying to take flight here.
First pitch in there for ball 1. Next one outside, ball 2. No balls, or 2 balls, no strikes to Jordan Schneider, making his first plate appearance of the day. We'll probably see a lot more of him throughout the weekend. Next one in the zone for strike 1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Next pitch, outside. 3-1 count to Jordan Schneider.
You got Thompson on deck. He's hitless for the day. Of course, this is Schneider's first at-bat. No sign of Perriman trying to take off for second yet. You got so much room to go. No need to worry about getting an out on a stolen base at this point.
Jordan Schneider works the walk and puts Casey Perriman in scoring position. I'll now bring up Brendan Thompson. As you mentioned, hitless. He's struck out, and he's grounded out to the first baseman.
Kendall Cummings up after him. This has been as full of the bases as Evanston's had all day. They've had first and second, I think maybe once prior.
Checks the runner at second and delivers. Outside for ball 1. And this may bode well for them getting warmed up for that Idaho Falls matchup coming up. Thompson fouls off the next pitch, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Casey Perriman singled to lead off the inning. He's now on second after Jordan Schneider draws the walk in his first plate appearance of the tournament. Next one, inside corner for strike 2. Brendan back in the right-handed batter's box. Righty versus lefty. The pitch. Pop foul into the screen.
Thompson was lucky to get a hold of that. Went fishing on a high fastball.
Right now, Brendan Thompson trying to stay alive and figure out a way to put the ball in play to advance the runners or maybe, just maybe, score Perriman from second. Nobody down, so a good start here in the 7th inning. Pitch. Breaking ball catches the zone. Beautiful dropping curveball for a strikeout looking on Brendan Thompson.
Well, curveball had a lot of die at the very end of that. Dropped a couple of feet, it seemed, from the last 55 to 60th foot.
I'll bring up Kendall Cummings. He's 0 for 2. Popped out to the shortstop and grounded out to third in his previous 2 plate appearances. The pitch. First pitch chopped foul behind, what'd you call it? What? Not a press box, but a crow's nest.
Yeah, I think so. If we're not up there, and to be honest,
Yeah.
I don't need to be up there right now.
No.
I don't need closed, confined spaces.
Flannery sets, checks the runner at second, and delivers. Down low in the dirt. Good stop by Landon Drake for ball 1.
Well, just a little bit of intrigue here late in the game.
Evanston going to try to see if they can get something across the dish to race the shutout. Throw back to second to check up on Perriman. Casey gets back there in time.
Pretty good pickoff move by Flannery. He has to do a complete spin around as the lefty to get it back to second from where he was positioned.
Flannery sets and delivers. Chopped into shallow left field. Second baseman runs over. Sorry, shortstop runs over and makes the grab for out number 2.
Brings Case and Smith around as the last hope of the contest, but not the day for the Outlaws, as they're playing again shortly here against Idaho Falls. Elan, we may have to do something about this
definitely will.
thing before we do anything else. Camp stakes would have been nice, but I'm not sure, depending on how deep they were, if they would have gone in or if they would have done too much.
First pitch to Kaysen. Breaking ball outside corner for strike 1. Also, the rock surface here that we have it set up on may not have.
Well, yeah, they don't know how far you'd have to
Yeah.
go through and what the dirt looks like down there, but you have to find something to secure this in place.
First pitch, or next pitch, chopped into foul territory. Running, trying to make the grab is the first baseman. Number 5, that's Mark Telford, who almost had a walk-off catch there. No balls, 2 strikes to Kaysen Smith. Bottom of the 7th, 2 down in a game that has just hit the 2-hour mark about 4 minutes ago. Flannery checks the runner at second. That is Casey Perriman. Liner into left field, caught by Stapleman, and that's going to do it. So the game is over, and Madison comes up with the victory. Your final score on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, 8-0, the Madison Bobcats over the Evanston Outlaws. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have our short post-game show after this on a First Bank presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and KNYN 99.1.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
It's time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. We're fast in fresh meat. Well, the Evanston Outlaws came in here trying to get the win against the Madison Bobcats, but Madison had other plans, led by Isaac Walker, who you had a chance to talk with before the game, and he did a great job. 5 innings pitched, 2 hits, no runs scored, 6 strikeouts for the right-hander for Madison.
Yeah, and Mason Flannery came in, closed the door, 2 strikeouts in his 2 innings of work, just 1 more hit given up and a walked man as well. In all, the Outlaws just saw 5 base runners on the day by way of a walk or hit.
So that's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. We're fast and fresh meat, where they spend 6 hours daily slicing all natural meats and fresh produce for your 30-second sandwich. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll wrap it up with our Dr. McKay Franklin Precision play of the game on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and KNYN 99.1.
You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cache Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Sorry about that. Welcome back to this First Bank presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog. Elan Off and Jake Hibbard bringing you the action live from Jackson Giants Field here in Jackson, Wyoming. It's time for our Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankum, family dentistry for all ages at affordable rates. Call 307-789-8910. And I think we're going to give our Dr. McKay Frankum Precision Play of the Game to Casey Perriman, who had the best contact of any Outlaw player in this one. Well, that's going to do it for the first part of this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog. We're going to take a short break. Keep it right here. It'll be the same stream when the Evanston Outlaws take on the Idaho Falls Tigers. Again, your final score against Madison, Evanston Falls, 8-0 on a First Bank presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com. Again, we're just going to take a quick break. Keep it right here, and we'll have Evanston versus Idaho Falls shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Giants Field in beautiful Jackson, Wyoming, where the Evanston Outlaws are participants in the 2020 Teton Classic, a 4-day tournament over 4th of July weekend. Evanston currently 0-1 at the tournament after a 8-0 defeat by the Madison Bobcats. ELAN, OLLIFF, and Jake Hibbard bringing you the action. And Jake, now Evanston gets to take on Idaho Falls. We don't know a lot about this team as we weren't able to find out anything on Game Changer where we have our stats. But, I mean, what is your impression from this Evanston team from what you've seen so far in this season?
From Evanston side?
Yes.
Well, that good team, solid on the western side. Had a tough first game. Need to just rebound and come back out with Clayton Moyles on the mound.
As we mentioned, an 8-0 loss to Madison, but Evanston going to employ a little bit different of a strategy. We've got guys that didn't play in the first game, more specifically one guy that didn't play in the first game in the field at least, with Jordan Schneider back at his usual spot at third base, and Clayton Moyles taking the mound for the Evanston Outlaws. It looks like we're ready to get this one started. Leadoff batter, Zach Bridges for Idaho Falls, the shortstop. Let's go ahead and paint the defensive picture. Outfield with Casey Perriman in left, Ryan Fisher in right, and Kendall Cummings in right. Ryan Fisher in center and Kendall Cummings in right, as the first pitch misses for ball one. First pitch at 12:47. Next pitch misses for ball two. Infield for the Outlaws, you've got Gus Allred at first, Brendan Thompson at second, Jordan Schneider at the hot corner, and Jagger Mitchell at shortstop. Next pitch finds the strike zone. 2 balls, 1 strike to Zach Bridges. Reed Gross catching Clayton Moyles for the Outlaws in this one. Gross shows the sign. Moyles delivers. Catches the outside part of the zone to even up the count. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Moyles had quite a bit of time pitching this year, 17 2/3 with a 4.35 ERA.
Next pitch, swing and a miss, and down goes Zach Bridges to lead it off. Batting order for the Tigers of Idaho Falls. Zach Bridges, the shortstop, leads it off. Tagger Mitchell, the center fielder, bats second. Merritt Jones, the designated hitter, will bat third. Chris Dompierre, third baseman, will bat fourth. Zach Lee, the left fielder, bats next. Then Jackson Cherry, the catcher, followed by Grayson Thomas, the first baseman. Hunter Herrera, the second baseman. And Hunter Miller, the right fielder, rounds out the starting 9 for Idaho Falls. Pitch taken outside for a ball 2. So 2 balls, no strikes to the new batter, Taggart Miller. Left-handed batter versus left-handed pitcher outside. 3 balls, no strikes.
Got some scoreboard issues.
Yeah.
16th inning. There we go. Got it up now. 1-2-3-0 the count.
Here comes lefty versus lefty outside, and that's a walk to Taggart Miller. Merritt Jones, the designated hitter, will come up. Tall, right-handed batter. If I'm not mistaken, this is not an American Legion team. This is actually the high school team that got robbed of their high school season, so they're out playing against American Legion teams in summer tournaments, much like what we'll see later on in the week with Lone Peak.
Very well. Could be the case. I mean, with Madison as well, that's
yep.
They play at these tournaments, but it's kind of more their high school team. Anything else? I think I've seen them here before.
Pitch inside for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Merritt Jones, designated hitter, 12. Idaho Falls in orange kind of t-shirt type jersey with black numerals and a white outline. Evanston in their blue uniforms they wore in the last game. Jones fouls that one into the screen for strike 1.
Wind switched directions here a little bit. It got loud Our got kind of picked up, almost took our awning away. Calmed down a little bit, but swirling a little out there.
Runner on first with one out here in the top of the first inning on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Chopper between second and third. That's going to move the runner over to third. He slides in. And the runner goes, or the hitter goes to second. So a single stretched into a double on the throw. And now you've got runners in scoring position. Third and second to be exact for Chris Dompierre, the third baseman.
Tall team out of Idaho.
Reed Gross is going to go talk with his young pitcher. Clayton Moyles, one of the younger players on this AA squad. Our broadcast brought to you today in part by Superior Rental in the Gun Room at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. They're a service rental area, and as we mentioned earlier, they've got a mechanic, so whenever you pick up your equipment, whether it be a lawnmower or any kind of industrial type equipment, it's ready to go and won't give you any problems. That's Superior Rental and the Gun Room at 371 Prospector Drive in Evanston. First pitch in there for a strike to Dompierre. Next pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out here in the top of the first. A lot of ones up there on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Yep, got to get a guy out. Got to get a guy out here. Open base. Pretty much anything to the right field should score.
Moyles delivers, and it hits him inside knee. So Dompierre will get on with a hit by pitch, and the bases are loaded early in this one.
6th guy Moyles has hit this season. It's in a little bit of trouble with that. 20 walks. Now 6 hit batsmen, and I guess 21 walks. But only 11 earned runs.
Zach Lee, the left fielder, steps in. Righty batter, lefty pitcher, the delivery. First pitch chopped into the back screen for foul ball, strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. So the right-handed batter, number 2, Zach Lee. Moyles delivers. Outside, good snag there by Reed Gross to keep the runner at third.
Saved a likely run. Still can't be sure with that brick backing. He might have been able to get to it in time, but Moyles needs to zone in that location.
Top of the first, no score, but bases loaded for Idaho Falls. Evanston, the designated home team, inside nearly hits Zach. And it's now 2 balls, 1 strike. Bases loaded. The 2-1. Outside, good snag there by Reed. He thought about throwing to first, but instead just holds the runner.
I faked the back pick, trying to get the runner at third to bite. Just gave it a little look to see if that would get anything to get a chance to take the guy out at third.
3-1, and Clayton Moyles walks in a run. So that'll be an RBI for Zach Lee. That'll bring up Jackson Cherry, the catcher. A lot of tall, thin guys on this Idaho Falls team.
Yeah, a lot of height, especially in the first 3 guys that came to the plate. All seem somewhere north of 6 feet.
It's 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Jagger Mitchell just ran over from shortstop to have a quick talk with Clayton Moyles, the pitcher, as he delivers. Down Broadway, good change up there for strike 1. The delivery. That one finds the zone outside for strike 2. Whatever Jagger Mitchell said to him might have been working. He's thrown 2 straight strikes after that. Next pitch Down the middle. Good breaking ball. Delayed call by the ump, but it is a strikeout looking for out number 1.
Big out there for Moyles. Still got the bases loaded. Got Grayson coming up to the bat. Big right-handed hitter. Still just, oh no, now add 2 outs. So basically anything, anywhere. Just get a touch of plate, touch of bag, anything.
First pitch fouled into the back screen for strike 1. Zach Briggs led off the game with a strikeout, and then Jackson Cherry just went down looking. So 2 strikeouts for Clayton Moyles, 1 run scored, and quite a few walks and hit batsmen. The pitch, high and outside. Good snag there by Reed. Clayton Moyles. Recently there was a feature done on him in the Uintah County Herald as he delivers the 1-1. Popped up high into right field, but drifting foul.
Yeah, Don Cogger did a nice job on that coverage of Clayton.
Yep. You were mentioning that you got to see Clayton on the hardwood during basketball season this year.
I was mentioned in that? Oh,
No,
I mentioned,
you mentioned it.
Yeah, I did, yeah. He plays point guard for Kemmer.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Inside, now to make it 2-2. 2 down with bases loaded. Only 1 run scored here in the first. Moyles kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, and Moyles blows it past him. 3 strikeouts for Clayton, and that'll be the top of the first. We're heading to the bottom. After this, 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston will get their chance to answer on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and The Big Dog.
You're in good hands when you choose Dr. Stosage and Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties for dental implants and wisdom tooth extractions. They work with passion and focus. They use techniques and technologies that are modern and precise. With 2 decades of experience, their skills are highly specialized. If you need teeth extractions or dental implants placed, come see Dr. Stosage or Dr. Buick at Wyoming Dental Specialties, 50 Park Road, or call us at 307-789-9034.
In today's world, with so many places to shop and so many options to choose from, sometimes you have to boil it down to one simple question: where do I get treated the best? At Cash Honda Yamaha in Logan, we work hard to make sure every customer knows how much we appreciate them. We love what we do, and we believe in the products we sell. Our goal is to build a lasting friendship with every customer so we can serve you and your family for generations. Visit us today, Cash Honda Yamaha, 3765 US 91, Hyde Park, Utah.
Welcome. The game for the Evanston Outlaws. First pitch taken for a ball. Batting lineup for the Outlaws, you got Reed Gross batting first. Clayton Moyles batting, the pitcher bats second. Jagger Mitchell, the shortstop, bat third as the 1-0 misses down low for 2-0. Ryan Fisher bats fourth. He's the center fielder. Jordan Schneider, the third baseman, bats fifth. Gus Allred, the first baseman, bats sixth. And as the 2-0 comes, chopper at the third baseman, but it's picked up by the shortstop. Throw across the diamond in time for out number 1.
Good defense there, quick play, quick reactions, and Outlaws still looking to get those sticks going, hoping that maybe we can get something going today, Elan.
Kendall Cummings, the right fielder, bats 7th. Casey Perriman, the left fielder, bats 8th. And Brendan Thompson, the second baseman, will bat 9th. As Clayton Moyles, the pitcher, steps in. Defensive lineup for the Idaho Falls Tigers as Clayton Moyles pops it back to the back screen for a foul ball. Bradley Thompson, the pitcher for Idaho Falls, tall right-hander, pitching to Jackson Cherry. That's your battery. We'll do the outfield after the pitch. Chopped up high and foul. So quick 2 foul balls on Clayton Moyles. Zach Lee in left field, Taggart Miller in center, and Hunter Miller in right. No balls, 2 strikes to Clayton Moyles. Inside for ball 1. Bradley Thompson misses inside, and he's your pitcher. The infield for Idaho Falls, Grayson Thomas at first, Hunter Herrera at second, Chris Dampierre at the hot corner, and Zach Bridges at shortstop. Next pitch way up high for ball 2. 0-2 to start out the at-bat, and Clayton Moyles has worked his way back to even this one up. 1 down here in the top of the first, 1-0 Idaho Falls on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
Did you ever have any problem pitching and hitting, Elan?
I actually was not a pitcher.
Oh,
I was
so no.
strictly, yeah.
So
I was,
knows the answer.
Yeah, so pitch on the outside corner, it called for a strike, and Clayton Moyles goes down looking. 2 down quickly for Bradley Thompson. No, I was a left fielder, left center fielder usually.
Left center?
Well, I mean, I'd either play left or center.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck baseball were you playing?
No.
Okay.
I would either play left or center, and
Yeah.
I'd usually bat in probably the 1 or 2 spot because I was fast enough to leg out singles. Speaking of fast, here's Jagger Mitchell. He chops one along the third base line for a base hit. And Jagger leading off this game the same way he did the last one with a base hit. That'll bring up Ryan Fisher, the center fielder.
You got a seeing eye single out of there. There's no elevation, but that's all right as it split the gap.
Center fielder, number 5, Ryan Fisher.
What position did you play?
Oh, third base, and I batted 12th. I tried to get hit. Not get a hit. I tried to get hit.
You would wear it so you could get the free pass
It's an easy
first.
walk down to first.
First pitch up high for ball 1. That's not where you'd want to hit it. Where it is up high.
I'd take it anywhere. Better than striking out, I always say.
Pitch. Chopped across the third base line. Coach
hopped right into the Outlaws dugout. Looked like Jason Mitchell grabbed it.
Yeah, Jason Mitchell did a nice jump to try to get it. I blanked on his first name for a second. I knew it was Jagger's dad. Next pitch to Ryan. Swing and a miss. Throw back to first. Is he back in time?
Just in time.
Barely.
He got caught out to dry nearly. And now is a jersey full of clay. You can't even see the post anymore. Just a 41 on the front of his jersey.
You get the feeling Jagger loves that, though. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Fisher. 2 down, runner on first. Fisher pops this one high, and it will go foul, literally right behind us.
That's what the awning's for. I didn't even look up.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Ryan Fisher with 2 down here in the bottom of the first. 1-0 Idaho Falls on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Bradley Thompson has gotten Reed Gross to ground out to the shortstop and struck out Clayton Moyles as Fisher laces one into center right field for a base hit. So after getting the first 2 out, Bradley Thompson gives up back-to-back singles to put Jagger Mitchell now in scoring position.
Well, lopped it right over the second baseman. Don't you hate those ones that come out of the bat and you realize you got no chance if it's over your head and in front? You got no chance because you got no way to run up that quickly.
Jordan Schneider, the third baseman, steps in. He had 1 at-bat in the game against Madison earlier today. First pitch to Jordan. Tried to go down the middle, but it fades high and outside for ball 1. Runners on first and second. Jagger on first. He's got speed, so you'd think a base hit, he might be looking to score as the next one misses for ball 2.
Yeah, I'd have to get just past anyone in the infield. Schneider's got good enough speed. I think he could get to first with an infield single if it's placed right.
We've seen it a few times this season. The 0-2 outside corner for strike 1. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jordan Schneider, right-handed batter versus right-handed pitcher. So right-handed pitcher for Idaho Falls, left-handed pitcher for Evanston as Jordan chops it high. And Thompson takes a few steps to the right of the mound and makes the grab for out number 3. So 1 down, and it's 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Idaho Falls leads Evanston 1-0 on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
Wyoming is unique. When it comes to high school sports, we might travel 6 hours to a game, but when we get there, we know the other team, their parents, and the coaches. Wyoming is like one small town with really long streets. When your travels take you to Evanston, always stay with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. Clean, comfortable rooms, a restaurant serving healthy, delicious food, and breakfast is always included. If you're bringing the team or following the team, stay with us every time you're in Evanston. The Best Western Dunmar Inn.
As your local Ricoh, Toshiba, and Sharp dealer, Mountain West Business Solutions represents quality office equipment that lasts. We work with each client to understand your workflow, your goals, and your bottom line. Whether you lease or purchase office equipment, we have many ways to work with you to provide the best products at the best value. We also service and provide supplies for HP printers. Call Mountain West Business Solutions today. Let us help you find the best solutions for you and your business.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Franklin. Something I've really enjoyed as a dentist over the past 20 years are the lasting friendships that I've formed with many of my patients. My staff is really great, and we try hard to make sure that every patient feels a warm welcome. It doesn't matter if it's your first visit or if you've been with us for years. Every patient is welcome and always appreciated. Our goal is to provide the best dental care possible at reasonable rates. Please call us today to schedule your appointment at 307-789-8910.
Go Red Devils!
Welcome back to this First Bank presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com. First Bank of Wyoming presentation, apologize. As the Evanston Outlaws currently trail 1-0 here as we start the top of the second. First pitch, swing and a miss. Actually, it looks like they got started a little bit earlier as they've already sent Grayson Thomas down with a strikeout. Or Hunter Herrera.
Hunter Miller went down there. Oh, no, excuse me. You're right. I was looking at 9. Now we got Hunter Miller, the 9 guy in the field, the right fielder.
Yeah. We got a Hunter Herrera and a Hunter Miller, and they're batting back-to-back as Miller grounds it right at the first baseman. Gus puts his glove down, says, "I've got it," and will take it unassisted.
2 quick outs. Barely got out of the break before there's 2 down as the lineup turns over back to Zach Bridges.
Zach struck out his first time when he led off the game. Number 1 in the orange jersey. This one, chopper right at the second baseman. Good job there by Brendan Thompson, who throws it over to first for the 4-3 put out. A 1-2-3 inning, and that's how it goes. Evanston will get their chance to cut into this lead and really tie it up as they trail Idaho Falls 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
Well, a quick top of the second. We're already in the bottom of the second to see Gus Allred takes the first pitch outside for ball 1.
Allred coming up and Righty on lefty matchup going up against a pitcher who, tall, lanky guy, fastball, and called breaking balls. Slurve action is the breaking action, is what his coach said for Bradley Thompson.
Allred chops the 2-0 across the first base line and foul. Coach Moyles almost barehanded that one, but it's just out of his reach. Our broadcast today also brought to you in part by Union Wireless. Wireless speed so fast you'll see stars. Visit unionwireless.com. The 2-1 misses, and it's now 3 balls, 1 strike to Gus Allred.
Got a lot of organization. I don't know if you saw all the coaches going out on instruction for this Idaho Falls team pregame, but Thompson, as he walks a guy in Allred to lead it off, had his pitching coach right next to him giving instruction each pitch leading up to his first start of the day.
Here comes Kendall Cummings, the right fielder, number 14, right-handed batter versus right-handed pitcher in Bradley Thompson. Tying run on for the Evanston Outlaws. Throw back to first to check up on Allred. Nice little pickoff move there. Casey Perriman on the on-deck circle. Next one to Kendall. High and in. Kendall had to duck to avoid ringing the helmet there. 2 balls, no strikes. And his coach, or Jackson Cherry, catcher, will go out to talk with his catcher. Our broadcast also brought to you in part by Hoover Chiropractic on 545 Cheyenne Drive, Evanston. Dr. Todd Hoover, Doctor of Chiropractics. I have a personal story about him. I've suffered from migraines almost my entire life, and went and talked to him about it, and now I'm in the longest stretch without migraines that I've had. So whatever he does, it works. That's Dr. Todd Hoover at 545 Cheyenne Drive in Evanston. Call 307-789-0043. 1 ball, no strikes to Kendall Cummings. As Bradley Thompson delivers. Kendall lines one beautifully into the gap between second and third. The shortstop almost had a chance to grab it, but it's just past his glove, and Kendall Cummings has got a single.
Something working here. A walk followed by single up the middle of the field. Now, Casey Perriman, do you consider trying to bunt down to get a 1-run game, try to get a guy at third base 90 feet away?
We'll see what the signal that Coach Mitchell just showed Casey will result in. Good lead by Allred at third. First pitch. Breaking ball down part of the zone for strike 1. So we'll see what the strategy is as Perriman looks to Coach Mitchell for the sign. Brendan Thompson on deck. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He waved at that one for strike 1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Sorry, no balls, 2 strikes. Nobody down.
Well, now you're low on options. Just trying to get it at least out. The avoid a double play.
0-2 chopped beautifully into right field. They're sending Gus Allred. He rounds third, but he holds up as he sees the throw is in there. Shallow right field, but you know what? Bases are loaded after the single by Perriman.
Brings up Brendan Thompson, and they sent Allred around just to get a good look at it, take 10 steps out. Had some time, but really not too much of a threat to try to score there because right field was pretty shallow with the ball. He could have thrown it right to home.
Bases loaded for Brendan. A fly ball into the outfield, no matter what, will at least score a run. First pitch. Outside corner for strike 1.
You got to get it deep enough, and Outlaws had trouble getting anything too deep in their last game.
Pitch is low for strike 2. Evanston, the designated home team in this one. Bases loaded here in the bottom of the second. They trail 1-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. The 0-2. High for ball 1. Runner on first is Casey Perriman, got there via single. Runner on second is Kendall Cummings, got on via single. Gus Allred worked a walk to lead off the inning. Nobody down as he stands on third. This one, chopper at the shortstop. Throw to second. Is there going to be a throw to first? No. The throw is wild, and 2 runs are going to score.
Hold up. Brendan Thompson never touched first base that I saw. I think that's going to be let go by the umpire.
Ball is ruled as the ball must have landed out of play. They're going to send Brendan over to second on, I'm going to call it an E6, 2-run score on the error. Evanston now takes a fresh lead for Reed Gross, who grounded out to the shortstop in the bottom of the first. Runner on second is Brendan Thompson. First pitch inside part of the window for strike 1.
Way to take a lead for the Outlaws. Looked like they were going to tie it, but hey, 2-base error. Got them last game. They'll take one back this contest.
Swing and a miss for strike 2. Did Casey Perriman score as well?
Yeah.
Right now, Brendan Thompson, the only one out there, so I would think since the bases were loaded, it should be 3-0.
Bases weren't loaded, I don't think. Oh, were they?
As as Reed Gross strikes out, so it should be 3-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
No, he was the force out. Casey was the force out.
Oh, that's right. They got
second.
Casey Perriman force out at second, so. That's right, I forgot about that one as Clayton Moyles flies out of play for the foul ball. So 2-0 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard.
2-1.
2-1, sorry. Next pitch to Moyles, high and inside for ball 1. When you're looking at a scoreboard, you're used to reading it up to down, not over. So that's kind of causing a little bit of confusion. No body on first, nobody on third, but Brendan Thompson on second as Moyles takes the 0-2 outside for ball 1. 2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Evanston with a fresh lead after the error. Thompson thought about going as Moyles puts this one into right field. Is it going to drop there? No. It drops foul. A diving attempt by Hunter Miller.
Well, foul, but good run by Miller. Almost coming up with the catch.
1 down here. Oh, 2 down, excuse me, after the strikeout by Reed Gross. 2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Pitch to Moyles. He'll foul that one into the back screen. And the count remains 1-2.
He's fighting to stay alive. He's been behind on a lot of them.
Jason Mitchell gives the sign over on the third base line. Evanston would love to go up by 2 if they can do it. Pitch is down in the dirt, but a great snag by Cherry. Throws to second, and now they were going to try to get Thompson in a pickle, but Hunter Herrera, sorry, that's actually the shortstop, Zach Bridges, drops the ball, and that'll send Brendan Thompson over to third on the play.
Well, mistaken base running ends up going fortunate for the Outlaws. Brendan was caught out in the middle, and he got lucky there that the ball was bobbled by Bridges.
Jagger Mitchell on deck. He got a single first time up as Clayton puts one into right field. Retreating back and making the grab is Hunter Miller. So Clayton takes the ball for a ride but flies out to right field to end the inning. 2 runs scored, and Evanston has a fresh lead. 2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
What do you do when you lose a tooth?
Put it under your pillow. Under my pillow. Or like a treasure chest so you could put it in.
Why do you do that?
Because then the tooth fairy comes. For the tooth fairy. So the tooth fairy can come get them.
And then what happens?
I get money.
We may not be the tooth fairy, but we can still take care of your teeth. Bear River Dental in Evanston.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified level 1 on high reliability schools by the Rosanna Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Trona Valley Federal Credit Union is a not-for-profit financial institution. When you become a member, you are an owner of the credit union. We believe in people over profit, and that impacts the way we do business from our overall structure down to the smallest detail. Our philosophy sets us apart, and we're here for you. Earn more with our high-yield checking account, start a savings goal, check out our competitive loans, and much more. Become a member today. We're a caring partner dedicated to your financial success. Member NCUA.
Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on MyLocalRadio.com and KNYN 99.1, the big dog in country. Evanston takes a fresh lead in the bottom of the second as we go to the third inning. It's 2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard as they lead the Idaho Falls Tigers. Leading off in the inning will be Taggart Miller, the center fielder. He walked and came around to score. First pitch to Taggart down low from the left-handed pitcher Clayton Moyles in the dirt. Good scoop by Reed Gross, but it's ball 1. Lefty versus lefty here in this current battle.
Miller showed bunt on the first pitch and pulled it back.
Next pitch just outside for ball 2. That couldn't have missed by much.
A little outside.
Next pitch down low. 3 balls, no strikes to Taggart Miller. He's 1 ball away from working another walk. He is the one guy that has scored for the Tigers of Idaho Falls. And that's exactly what's going to happen again. The ball is outside and low, and that's the second walk by Taggart Miller and the third of the game by Clayton Moyles. Merritt Jones, the designated hitter, number 12, steps in. As the Outlaws lead it 2-1. Throw to second to try to get the runner, and he looked like he was going to steal. You hear the dugout from Idaho Falls yell back, but he just took off.
Yeah, so
and
he'll
get
caught
there.
Out. He got caught out to dry, and he just took off running on the pickoff throw to first. Got a good jump. The throw was right on target, but had the speed. So Miller's in there at second. Taking a big lead at second, too.
Trying to tie this game up is what Miller has in mind. As Merritt Jones, the designated hitter, swings and misses at the 0-1.
First designated hitter we've seen today. Madison went with straight 90, old NL style, I guess we can say, with the universal DH being employed this year for MLB. But Idaho Falls goes with the DH. You do get a courtesy runner in this tournament if you want, but only for the catcher.
Pitch inside, and it's now 1 ball, 1 strike.
I've seen more of that this year with the courtesy runner pretty much being universal as long as it's not a conference game. And then, of course, the 8-run rule after 5, I've seen that at every single tournament I've watched or been at.
Moyles delivers outside, 2 balls, 1 strike. Merritt Jones. Last time he was up, he got on via single, made it to third before the first inning ended. That was back when Clayton Moyles had the bases loaded, was able to work around it. Next pitch, chopped fouled into the back screen. A good play by Chris Dompierre, who runs from the on-deck circle and barehands it off the screen.
Yeah, okay. If they're playing walls are in, he's out.
2 balls, 2 strikes to Merritt Jones, the designated hitter. Chris Dampierre, the third baseman, on deck with Zach Lee, the left fielder, in the hole. Checks the runner at second. Pitch is in the outside part of the zone, so down goes Merritt Jones looking. And I'll now bring up Chris Dampierre. I think I'm saying that right. I mean, that's one of those challenging names.
That's what they told me was Dampierre.
Kind of
was
like
knocked last time. Hit by a pitch.
First pitch, swing and a miss at heat from the young left-handed pitcher Clayton Moyles.
Spells it the same way as the old Mavericks center Eric Dampierre, but pronounces it differently.
Clayton deals and chopped into the back screen for a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 down. Chris Dampierre got on, as you said, hit by pitch, and then Zach Lee worked a walk with the bases loaded that scored Taggart Miller, and that's the only run so far by Idaho Falls. Here we are in the top of the third. Swing and a miss.
Runner went to third.
Throw
and coming home.
So a swing and a miss, but it's a dropped third strike, and the runner will get to third. But on top of that, Dampierre will be safe at first. So here's Zach Lee, as Taggart Miller is 90 feet away from tying this ball game up. Lee showing bunt inside in the dirt, but good scoop by Reed Gross. Runner goes to second on the pitch. So situational baseball happening right before our eyes, Jake Hibbard.
Well, they're down 1 run. Got 1 out. Now you have an open base, so it takes a double play out.
Moyles agrees with the sign shown by Gross. Pitch outside. Good snag there by Reed again.
Infield shift is tight at the lines, and Schneider's actually in almost to the infield grass.
Liner into center field, and a jumping catch by Ryan Fisher. Throw to home to get Reed Gross, and they got him. Or to get the runner. Reed Gross applies the tag, and a great play to get out of the inning.
Frozen rope hose by Ryan Fisher. Had to jump up and make the catch as he was misjudging at the very end. Turned and throw, no cutoff man. Right to Gross, who was standing just a step to the right of the plate. He grabs it, applies the tag to the top chest of the runner, and the inning's over.
It's still 2-1 Evanston on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog and My Local Radio.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
At Ellingford Brothers, we're known for an excellent steel shop and quality cement. We also provide other products all year round. Sand and different sizes of gravel for road base and landscaping in the summer and fall. Traction in the winter and mud control in the spring. Bark for landscaping in the summer and winterization in the fall. And topsoil. Spring, summer, and fall. Prices are always honest. Pickup or delivery. Ellingford Brothers, your year-round source for so many things. Stop in today at 221 County Road in Evanston.
As the wind dies down and the sun comes out, Jagger Mitchell steps into the right-handed part of the batter's box. Currently 1 for 1 with a single back in the first inning. First pitch, strike 1.
Well, Jagger got a good hit last time up.
Next one popped up foul.
Up to that point, that was the best hit we'd seen of the day for the Outlaws, I thought. Outside of maybe, was it Casey Perriman the game prior got a good hit? Same basic hit, it was just a line drive out to left field. Actually got the pull on the ball.
Pitch to Jagger, the 0-2. Chopper right at the shortstop. Jagger hustling down. Is there going to be a play? There is, and they throw him out at first.
Reached up and grabbed it, and that's what happens if you go for that one. He gave it a little, an axe, trying to split kindling swing at that play. And you're not going to beat that one out. Quick ground ball to shortstop. If they've got a good throw on it, you're out.
That'll bring up Ryan Fisher. Our broadcast brought to you in part by mylocalradio.com. Local radio just for you, live and our local and regional news, live regional sports, weather, job listings, giveaways, and more. That's mylocalradio.com.
Pulled the ball out of play. It was a good shot, just a little out in front of the ball.
One ball, one strike to Ryan Fisher. As Ryan chops this one at the shortstop. Looks like an identical play to last time, except this one time the scoop is not made by Grayson Thomas, and Ryan Fisher gets on via the error.
Difference in the play there was the grounder, the play previous was picked up off the ground. This one hopped into the glove out there and looked like it might have got off the shoe of Zach Bridges' glove there. May have led to a little bit off release.
Jordan Schneider, who popped out to the pitcher last time, due up. Throw back to first to check up on Ryan Fisher. Bradley Thompson, so far 2 runs on 4 hits Evanston Outlaws have gotten against him.
Big lead at first base. You see why he's looking over there to throw.
Throws back to check on Fisher, and he gets back in time. First pitch to Schneider up high, and Fisher almost cut off the bag, but he gets back in time after the throw by Jackson Cherry.
I can't remember if it was sophomore year or junior year, but Ryan Fisher played football at some point, and he was a left guard. So that shows you the body transformation he went through midway through high school. As you see out there, he's baiting the catcher or the pitcher to throw back, just trying to get a throwing error. He's confident in his base running ability. That speed came later in his teenage years.
1 ball, 1 strike to Jordan Schneider. Outside, and it's now 2 balls, 1 strike. Ryan definitely commanding the attention of the infield for Idaho Falls, as they are constantly monitoring him.
Now if he gets caught, it's a problem, but right now he's confident in what he can do, and he's just trying to mess with him.
Runner heads for second. Throw to second is not in time and into the outfield. Fisher's going to go to third, and he gets second on a stolen base.
I don't know how much Ryan's been able to work with the college team, but that burst of speed's improved from even a year ago. He was safe even if the throw's perfect. Before the throw even got into the glove, he was sliding in, and so he pops up immediately when the ball goes over the head at short and easy into third.
So in 1 foul swoop, Ryan Fisher goes from first to third, and it's 3 balls, 2 strikes to Jordan Schneider.
And he looked like he was going from the beginning. He messed with them a little bit, but always had that big lead. And you can see they got frustrated, got a little hasty.
Schneider pops this one high into shallow center field, and it is caught by the center fielder. They throw back to the catcher to try to get Fisher, and
he's called out.
Fisher called out on a very close call at third as he was caught in between a pickle, and that's going to end the inning. So no runs and no hits on this inning. It's still 2-1. Evanston leads on this first Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on my local radio and the Big Dog.
We know that when you think of Plains Tire in Evanston, you always think
The Tire Professionals.
Quality customer service. They're friendly with great prices.
I really like Plains Tire in Evanston.
But did you also know that the team at Plains Tire offers oil changes, windshield wiper checks, and free alignment checks? That's right, free alignment checks. We don't want you to quit thinking all those great things when you hear Plains Tire. We just want you to add to the list. Plains Tire, the tire professionals. Stop in today, 157 Bear River Drive.
Light up your world with a custom-built LED sign from Rocky Mountain Sign in Evanston. It's a proven fact that signage that lights up creates more attention. So light it up and then add text, images, and video, and your sign becomes even more powerful. Start sharing your advertising messages and information with your customers today. The team at Rocky Mountain Sign provides all types of quality signage that is custom-built and maintained. Call today for a free quote. Rocky Mountain Sign, 307-789-5202. Rocky Mountain Sign, serving customers in Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho.
Evanston leads it 2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the fourth, ELAN and Jake Hibbard bringing you the action live from Giants Field here in Jackson, Wyoming. First pitch was thrown at 12:47, and we are about 11 minutes away from the 1 hour mark. Now 10 minutes away as Clayton Moyles kicks and fires. First pitch right to Clayton. Chopper at the mound. Over to first for out number 1. And that is going to do it for the at-bat of Jackson Cherry.
A quick at-bat. We've had a couple of quick innings for the Outlaws on the defensive side. I think it was it the second inning that barely started, or was it the first?
It was the second.
Barely got here before we were already on our way back out.
First pitch to Grayson Thomas outside for ball 1. Grayson 0 for 1. He struck out to end the first inning. Next pitch outside, ball 2.
A low-scoring game so far, both the quick games.
2-1 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the fourth as Grayson Thomas laces one into left field, but it's on the wrong side of the third base line, and it's just a long first strike.
Got a hold of it, just a shade out ahead. What cat is that? What cat number are we on to now? Cat 8. Remember the Cat 6 is being used big by the Outlaws in 2013. Moved up to the Cat 7, and apparently we're on to the Cat 8. I don't know if they come out with new models or if that's just a different version. I just know my numbers that I've seen have gone up. BB Core approved, of course.
Of course. Next pitch, the 3-1 misses down low, and that's going to be a walk for Grayson Thomas. I'll bring up Hunter Herrera. He struck out back in the second inning. That was part of that really, really quick second inning that we saw as the throw back to first to check up on Grayson Thomas. He gets back in time. First pitch. Bunt laced down the third base line. Good stop by Schneider. Throw to first is wide. And he's on. Great job by Gruss Allred to corral that throw, though, to keep it from going out of play and just holding the runner at first and second.
Yeah, right decision by Gus. You're not going to get the out there. Saved the air. You already had one ball go over your head last game. Now, then Outlaws, they benefited from a ball over the head at first, so just make that play. Live with first and second.
Hunter Miller, the right fielder, comes up. He's 0 for 1. Grounded out to the second baseman for time. Now they're laying down another butt. Bare hand by Clayton Moyles. Throw to third is not in time.
To me. And I don't know about that decision. I know why you're wanting to go with the lead runner, but he's 5-6 steps away from the bag, 90 feet away at least. When he takes off, as opposed to the guy who has to stand at the plate, you got to take the out that you know you can get, as opposed to now you're sitting at one out with, yes, a force at any base, but the base is loaded.
One down, bases loaded, as you mentioned, for Zach Bridges, who's 0 for 3. First pitch, down Broadway, breaking ball for strike 1. Zach 0 for 2. He struck out and grounded out to the second baseman. The 0-1 down low. Good stop by Reed Cross with bases loaded. Anything can work here, especially with one out. Big chance here for Idaho Falls to tie it up. Clayton Moyles, left-handed pitcher. Zach Lee, right-handed batter, sends it into left field. Good catch by Casey Perriman. Throw to home is there in time, but it's a little wide. Good job by Reed Cross to throw it back to third to get the runner out. So are they going to count the run? They will, so it is a tie ball game.
Yeah, you count the run.
But they get the 2 outs
first.
Yeah.
And then you get the out at third.
So a sac fly by Bridges scores Thompson, but Herrera gets cut down on the 1-5 putout. It's now a tie ball game as we go to the bottom of the 4th on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
A pass to the Evanston Recreation Center gets you so much more than a weight room. A pass also gives you access to the pool, hot tub, steam rooms, cardio room, cycling studio, shooting range, basketball court, and locker rooms with showers. Passes also let you attend drop-in fitness classes at no additional cost, including Zumba, yoga, cycling, water aerobics, and strength training classes. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Recreation Center. Payment plans available. Stop in today.
Well, they got started pretty quick here in the bottom of the 4th, and Gus Allred took a 1-pitch at bat into right field to lead off the inning with a single. So it's 1 on, nobody down for Kendall Cummings.
Good ground ball for Gus.
First pitch to Kendall, called to strike 1. 0-1 to Cummings. Light hit right at the third baseman. Run charges up, makes the throw, but the runner advances.
Right decision there. John Pierre gave a look to second and fired over to Grayson over at first. Gives an opportunity here for the Outlaws. Open man, open base. Perriman up. Gets seeing eye single through. Maybe right side. You could score, honestly, on a grounder here.
It would be very similar to the hit that he got last time in the first inning. It was another one of those seeing eye singles. First pitch to Perriman, outside and low for ball 1. Bottom of the 4th inning, Evanston and Idaho Falls locked in a battle here. 2 runs all right now. The 1-0 outside, and it's now 2-0.
Well, just one game tomorrow, so, man, at 10 a.m., at 12:15, they don't play till 3:15 tomorrow. There's a lot of open time between now and then.
And then another situation like that on Sunday, or Friday.
What
Saturday.
to do to pass the time becomes the question here soon for these Outlaws. Got to stay focused. You got to probably fuel up, get some, I don't know if they do Subway or Quiznos or something like that.
Pitch outside and in the dirt, and Allred will advance to third on it.
There's no Jimmy Johnson Jackson, so that's out.
Yeah, I don't know. Usually my trips to Jackson are in the winter, not during the summer.
I've made them out many times here, and usually it's a stop down at the sandwich shop just up the way. But then, you know, that passes 20 minutes. It's a lot of time for recreating. They usually look forward to these Jackson trips because a lot of them camp out.
Yep.
We've got them 4 days, 4th of July weekend. There's some baseball mixed in, but a little bit of summer vacation as well.
Baseball mixed in as Perriman works the walk. Here comes Brendan Thompson. Last year of eligibility for him. When you look at the Evanston roster, this will be the last year we see Brendan Thompson, Ryan Fisher. I think Casey Perriman has one more year left.
He may. It depends on where his birthday's at. His brother Chris, I don't know if he decided not to play or if his birthday was passed, but he was in the same grade as Brendan, as you just mentioned, and he's not out this year. I think his time may have passed just based on when that birthday is.
Yeah, the age that you are on December 31st of the competition year is your competition age. So if you're let's say 18 right now, but you turn 19 in November, this is your last year of eligibility. Reed Gross is another one who is in his swan song.
Yeah, but he's already 19, isn't he?
Yep. Bunt into back screen for foul ball.
And I think they moved that back 6 years ago maybe. I think it used to be maybe March or something, or maybe May, the end of the school year, but then it became December 31st. I want to say that was maybe 6 years ago because there was a class a lot like this that actually several of them got one more year of eligibility because of it.
No balls, one strike to Brendan Thompson outside. And it's 1-1 with runners on the corners. Casey Perriman, who worked a walk, and Gus Allred, who got there via a single. Allred, the man on third, and the go-ahead run for the Outlaws in the bottom of the fourth. Throw back to first to check up on Perriman. He's back in time. Only one down here in the bottom of the fourth, so Evanston looking pretty good here to try to retake that lead shortly after Idaho Falls tied it up.
Good lead by Perriman, but I haven't seen the signs that he's trying to head anywhere.
Brendan Thompson tries to lay down another butt. Throw back to first. Trying to hose Perriman, but he'll get there.
You got first and third. A lot of times you will try to take second, see if you warrant the throw and do the old Billy Martin delayed double steal that he popularized with the Oakland A's back in the mid-'70s, but I really don't see any signs. Yeah, he's taken 4 steps off, but he doesn't look like he's loading to go anywhere.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Thompson. Chopper up the middle. Shortstop tries to get it to second baseman. And a run scores. They said he's safe.
Yeah, it was a missed exchange. Didn't ever quite have the ball, or the tag never quite went down. Thompson was probably saved on that ground ball right up the middle, playing into double play depth by the double play, by the fact that it was such a slow roller after getting past the pitcher's mound. But with everyone safe, the Outlaws not only take the lead, but now 2 on with just 1 out.
And those 2 on are Casey Perriman at second and Brendan Thompson at first. Conference between the manager of the Idaho Falls Tigers and it looks like the entire infield of Idaho Falls. I'm talking with their pitcher, Bradley Thompson. It's moments like these where the outfielders really feel left out because they're standing out there. What are they saying? What's going on? What's the plan?
They've felt pretty left out all today, I would say. There's not been too much happening in the outfield. This has been a 90 feet all the way around game.
Reed Gross stepping in. He's 0 for 2. He struck out and he's grounded to the shortstop. 1 down. Throw back to second, trying to keep an eye on Perriman, but he dives back in time.
Slow reacting. Must not have seen the shortstop Bridges coming back for him. Still got back in plenty of time.
Bradley Thompson kicks and delivers. Gross along the third base line. Tag third for the force out. Throw to first. Do they get the double play? Yes, they do. And that's how the inning will end. So a force out at third in a 5-3 putout is how the inning ends. 1 run scored on 1 hit. No errors. Evanston leads it 3-2 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog of MyLocalRadio.com.
When someone says sleep apnea, it usually conjures up stereotype images. This is Dr. Jonathan Morgan. The fact is that sleep apnea affects people of all ages and occurs when there is an involuntary pause of breath during sleep. Are you always tired? At Arrowhead Dental, we offer oral appliance therapy as an effective, non-invasive treatment for certain types of sleep apnea. Schedule an appointment to take a simple in-home test. Visit arrowheaddentalwy.com today.
The best place to stay when you're in Casper, Wyoming is the Come On In Hotel and Suites.
Yeah, not everyone. Try it. All right, sorry about that. We were, like I mentioned, we were having some issues with our internet speed and the joys of broadcasting on the go, right, Jake?
Yeah, I don't know. Are we on even now? I don't think we're on.
Are you texting Ryan? Sorry about that. Experiencing some technical difficulties. Sometimes when you're broadcasting here, it can be difficult because we are so reliant on internet speeds. Oh, the fun of broadcasting on the road, right, Jake?
Yep.
All right, we just got to the end of the 5th inning. Let's do a recap right now of the 5th inning. So Taggart Miller stole a base and then scored on an error on the second baseman. Merritt Jones worked a walk, made it to third. Chris Dampierre was hit by a pitch. Zach Lee scored Taggart Miller on a sacrifice fly, and then Jackson Cherry grounded out to the shortstop to end the top of the 5th. In the bottom of the 5th, Clayton Moyles led it off and struck out. Jagger Mitchell flew out, and then Ryan Fisher hit a hard hit single into right field, stole second, but then the throw by the catcher, Jackson Cherry, sailed into center field, and Fisher took off to third. However, Jordan Schneider would strike out to end the inning. So we're off to the top of the 6th inning, and now that we're back, Jake, tie ball game should be really a great finish as we go to the 6th inning. What do you think Evanston needs to do in order to get this one done?
I don't know what happened because I was fixing the internet, so I don't know. Score a run.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about it. The one thing you talked about, I think that definitely will help is cutting down on the walks.
Oh yeah.
As I mentioned in the top of the 6th, we had a hit by a hit batsman and a walk.
Yeah.
So Grayson Thomas, the first baseman, who is 0 for 1. With a run scored, he walked his first time and just wore it on the hip. Immediately, Clayton Moyles runs over and pats him on the back and shakes his hand, saying, "That was my bad, nothing intentional there."
Good sportsmanship, but I don't think you're supposed to do that this year. I think it's a no-touching rule.
Hunter Herrera, the second baseman, steps in on the right-handed side of the batter's box. He's showing bunt.
We got a new player.
And he missed it. That's Dylan Ball.
And he's in the spot of Miller?
He's in the spot of Herrera.
Oh, Herrera.
Clayton Moyles looking to complete the 6th inning. And that would help Coach Chad Thompson out a lot, as there's still 3 more games to go. And if they can only use 2 pitchers in these games, that would put them in pretty good shape pitching-wise for the rest of the weekend. 3-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. Top of the 6th. Bunt laid down by Ball, but it goes foul.
Schneider waited. I actually backed up on that to let it go foul.
No balls, 2 strikes to Dylan Ball.
He'd rather try to roll up a double play.
Now, if it goes foul on...
It's only 0-1, isn't it? Oh, no, it is 0-2.
So if he bunts foul on this one, that would be an out. So he swings and misses for strike 1. Or strikeout 1 of the inning. Hunter Miller, the right fielder, comes in. He's 0 for 2. He reached on fielder's choice and is grounded out to the second baseman. First pitch to Miller, right down Broadway for strike 1.
Yeah, good shot up the middle.
Idaho Falls has stranded 6 runners on base in this game, and now they've got a 7th guy on right now, should the inning end soon. Zach Bridges, the shortstop, would be the man on deck. Throw back to first to check up on Grayson Thomas, first baseman, who was hit by the first pitch he saw from Clayton Moyles to lead off the inning.
You mentioned the 6 batters stranded. The 8 batters have reached by either a walk or getting hit by a ball. So several of those stranded have just been by free passes.
Next pitch chopped up high and foul for strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 down to Hunter Miller. Throw back to first, or check up on first. Clayton, left-handed pitcher versus right-handed batter Hunter Miller. Outside corner, and down goes Hunter Miller looking. So back-to-back strikeouts by Clayton Moyles, and that'll bring up Zach Bridges, who is 0 for 2 with a sack RBI. Here in the top of the 6th inning. First pitch was thrown at 12:17, and it's 2:14 right now. As a single is hit there by Bridges, so
inning ends on a throw from a 9-6 put out. A runner getting a little lazy coming back to second base. Gus Allred nearly had the play in the field. Laid out and just missed the ball and lost his cap in the process. So we stay tied heading into the bottom of the 6th on a First Bank presentation of Evanston. Our First Bank of Evanston. Wyoming, what the heck? First Bank of Wyoming, name changes, presentation of Evanston Baseball. MyLocalRadio.com.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Hello, this is Dr. McKay Frankham. As a dentist in Evanston for over 20 years now, my mission has always been to provide quality dental care for people of all ages at reasonable prices. I'm a detail-oriented person, and it's important to me to stay current on new dental procedures and protocols that can help my patients have the best experience and have the best results. Over the years, I've also worked to keep my overhead low so that I can pass those savings on to my patients. I believe everyone deserves quality dental care. Please call us today at 307-789-8910.
Gus Allred leading it off for the Evanston Outlaws in a tie ball game as we go into the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Gus, fouled into the backstop for strike 1.
Well, it was 2 innings ago when Gus Allred singled. He's actually 2 for 2 in plate appearances, getting on base with a walk and a single. Scored both times as well, so he represents 66 1/3 of the Outlaws' total offensive output in today's second game.
3-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard, 1-1 to Gus Allred outside, so that will turn into 2 balls, 1 strike. After Gus Allred, it'll be Kendall Cummings and Casey Perriman. So a good group of hitters up as Gus pops this one high. First baseman weighs off everybody and makes the grab for out number 1.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some base runners going. You're sitting at 7, 8, 9 coming to the plate here. Sets you up for the top of the order in the 7th inning, or to wrap them around if they can get a couple of guys on here to try to score. Next team that scores is likely going to be the winner.
Kendall Cummings. First pitch, chops this one into center field, but the right fielder will range over and grab it. Good catch there by Hunter Miller for out number 2. Casey Perriman, the left fielder, who is 1 for 1 with a single and a walk, 2 up, and Evanston needs a base runner. Bradley Thompson starting to calm down a little bit. First pitch outside, zone for ball 1.
Casey was on the wrong end of that, going to third base at that inning-ending double play. That was 2 innings ago.
The 0-2 fouled into the umpire for strike 2.
If you hit it hard down the third base line and you got 2 men on, sometimes that means you can get it out to third and a throw over to first for the double play on the 5-3, and that's what they had with Perriman and then Gross out at first.
Thompson deals, swing and a miss. And down goes the Outlaws, 1-2-3. So we're headed to the 7th in a tie ball game. 3-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. This Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and the Big Dog.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center gives you access to 3 amazing weight rooms. As a serious weightlifter, you can accomplish all your goals of bulking and maximizing with our complete lines of Precor, Hoist, and Troy free weight equipment. If your weightlifting is more focused on firming, toning, core, and muscle strength, then you'll enjoy the Cybex equipment weight room. Don't wait another minute to reach your weight training goals. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and KNY at 99.1 The Big Dog. Clayton Moyles goes out to start inning number 7 of work. And right now, he's looking pretty good. 3 runs, and I don't think any of those runs were scored via, I don't think they've gotten a hit against him yet, according to my scorebook, which very well could be wrong. We'll check the official stats and let you know. Moyles, first pitch inside to Taggart Miller.
3 hits on the
ball
day.
one, 3 hits.
He's given up. Yeah. All of them singles.
Moyles tries to find a breaking ball in the zone, but he spots it too far outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Zach Bridges is 1 for 3, and then you got Jones is 1 for 3, or maybe 1 for 2 actually, and Miller is 1 for 2. Miller's 1 for 3. Jones is 1 for 2.
Thank you. 3 balls, 1 strike to Taggart Miller. It was Clayton Moyles who threw a no-hitter against Casper, I believe, not too long ago.
That was last Thursday, a week ago.
3-1 in the zone to fill the count at 3 balls, 2 strikes to Taggart Miller. And it's outside, so Taggart takes a free ride to first. (3-3) on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. That'll now send Merritt Jones, the designated hitter. Actually, no, they're going to drop the DH, and now we'll see number 3.
That's the pitcher.
That's him. That is
Bradley Thompson.
Bradley Thompson. So Merritt Jones' day is over. He goes
unless he moves to the field.
Yeah.
Which could happen.
As the bunt is laid down by Thompson. That goes high. Reed Cross tried to get it, but hits the ground.
I suppose not, because no, he's out of batting order. He is done, yeah.
So Bradley Thompson steps in. Merritt Jones gets a single, a walk and a strikeout. So 1 for 2 day, not bad day for him. Throw back to first, runners taken off for second. Throw to Brendan Thompson, who makes the catch at second and applies the tag.
Great pickoff move by Moyles. The bunt was already being shown by Thompson. He was ready to lay it down. The runner was going, and Moyles hadn't gone to home yet. Great move by Moyles. Takes some danger off.
Bases are empty now with 1 down. Next pitch, breaking ball in the zone for strike 2. Next one, inside corner, and down goes Thompson looking. So after allowing the walk, Moyles picks off Taggart as he's trying to go to second. And now Thompson strikes out looking. Here comes Chris Dompierre, the third baseman. Tall right-hander versus the tall left-hander of Evanston. Pitch outside and high for ball one.
It was way high.
Reed almost had to stand up just to get that one. The 1-0. Chopped into the backstop, foul for strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Clayton Moyles versus Chris Dompierre. Chris is 1 for 1 as he's been hit by a pitch twice.
Clayton's all right after that, but he fell over as the pitch came in. Got stuck on the mound somewhere.
You mentioned in the first game that the tracks and the holes in the mound may play a factor this weekend. We might have seen the first time that's happened.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's dried out since then. If we get some more rain, it certainly will be. The lumps have kind of subsided, but he just slipped, and it looked like it was his back foot.
The 2-2 to Dompierre. Up high and outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. If Dompierre gets on, then we'll see Zach Lee, the left fielder. He is 0 for 1 with a walk, a sac fly, and a fly out to center. Full count, swing and a miss, and Clayton Moyles gets out of the 7th inning, allowing nothing. So we're headed to the bottom of the 7th. It's a tie ball game. Evanston with the chance to walk it off when we come back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Post 41 Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
It's human nature to think the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence. That's not always true, especially when it comes to buying vehicles. This is Dennis Lynch, General Manager at Auto Farm Chevrolet. Dealerships pay the same price for new vehicles across America. The fact is, the best deals are right here, in your own backyard. The difference is that our employees are your neighbors, people you can trust. Please visit us first, Auto Farm Chevrolet. We are your community-driven dealer.
Whatever takes you to Evanston, whether it's high school sports, a teaching conference, music festivals, speech and debate, or your job, always book your hotel reservations at the Best Western Dunmar Inn. With 165 ground-level rooms on 10 acres, the Best Western offers everything you need, including newly renovated rooms, a business office, workout room, outdoor pool, and full-service restaurant, plus complimentary breakfast with every stay. Whenever you're in Evanston, make your hotel reservations with your friends at the Best Western Dunmar Inn.
Welcome back to this First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com. Brendan Thompson leads it off. He's 1 for 2. I actually had him reaching on an error, but I guess they scored it as a single. So he's 1 for 2 with a fielder's choice. That's the great thing about baseball. It is kind of a judge sport in some ways, depending on how you score things, as the first pitch is inside for ball 1.
Absolutely. And, hey, if you got the official book, I don't argue with it.
No, not at all. Next pitch to Thompson, down Broadway for strike 1. After Brendan Thompson, it'll be Reed Grossi's 0 for 3 and Clayton Moyles 0 for 3 as well. So Evanston, but if they can do that, then they'll get to Jagger Mitchell, who is 1 for 2. Beautiful hit by Thompson. It bounces off the second place bag. A running grab by the shortstop, who makes a great throw to first for the out.
Oh, I remember what you're talking about. That was a single by Brendan. The throw was late. It was that slow roller right up the middle. That was last time up. You had a guy running to second. They tossed it over to second, and whoever was ahead of him, whether that was Perriman, beat it out.
Here comes Reed Gross, who's 0 for 3. He's ground out to the shortstop, ground out to the third baseman, and struck out. Evanston in a tie ball game with the Idaho Falls Tigers. If this remains tied as Gross lines it along the third base line. Good bare hand pickup there by Jason Mitchell on the third base coach's box, holding his hand, kind of joking around. 1 ball, 1 strike. If this goes to tiebreaker, we'll talk about tiebreaker rules if we get to that point. Reed swings and misses, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Just 1 man on, 1 out, right? Second base. Put a man on second, put a man out.
It would be the last person out would go on second. So for
Yep.
Idaho Falls, it would be Chris Dampierre. Reed swings and misses, or he fouls it up, sorry. And the count stays 1-2. He chokes up on the bat, trying to put it in play. Chops it right towards Clayton Moyles, standing on the on-deck circle, over by the third base dugout. Evanston will be back in action tomorrow against the Thunder Ridge Titans.
It's a good hold by Reed. It's a high fastball, certainly out of the zone, but that's a tempting one when you're sitting at 2 strikes.
The 1-2. Outside and low. And I think they actually just showed it's a full count. The referee put up the fingers. Or the umpire, wow.
Well, full count, and that's a couple of good holds by Reed to get there.
Reed chops this one along the first base line. It's going to be fair. Third baseman runs up, but there is no play.
And he did just enough. 2 great holds set that up. First on the high fastball, then on the low breaking stuff on the outside edge. Neither one an easy pitch to hold up with 2 strikes against you. And then you get a little Baltimore chop down the third base line that is just slow enough to let Reed get the time to move on to first.
Reed Gross represents the winning run over at first. Clayton Moyles, who's 0 for 3, due up. Steps on the right-handed side of the batter's box and takes pitch 1 for strike 1. Throw back to Reed to check up on him. He's back in time. Looking at the schedule for the rest of the tournament tomorrow, the Evanston Outlaws, as the 0-1 is down in the dirt. Good scoop there by Jackson Cherry to throw back to first, check up on the runner. At 3:45, the Thunder Ridge Titans out of Idaho will take on the Evanston Outlaws. First pitch, as I said, scheduled at 3:45, but it is a tournament, so that is subject to change as Moyles lines one at the shortstop. Throw to second for 1, but there is no play at first, so it's a fielder's choice that hoses Reed Gross at second.
Boy, I wouldn't mind if that tournament schedule came into play in the neighborhood of 3:15 start. That's what I thought we were at, was 3:15, not 3:45.
3:45 is when the Evanston Thunder Ridge game is scheduled to start tomorrow, and then Saturday, July 4th, 3:45 Evanston versus Lone Peak, and then Sunday, July 5th, 11:15 Evanston versus Jackson. So Jagger Mitchell will come up with the winning run on first. They call him over to have a quick conference, talk about what they're going to do with 2 down.
So it's really just one game the next 3 days for the Outlaws?
Yep.
No more 2-game days?
No more 2-game days the rest of the tournament.
Interesting. I mean, that's great from a broadcasting standpoint. And from a baseball side, you probably don't have too many more pitchers, but it almost seems like you'd never get a 4-day tournament where you only play twice in 1 day, unless it's state or regionals.
We saw that in Gillette. We saw the same thing. They played 1 game on Friday, 2 games on Saturday, 1 on Sunday, and 1 on Monday.
Well, they could have played a second, couldn't they have, or was that all just already pre?
That was already pre. It was
based on brackets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't have played a second even if they won, because that was the 3rd, 4th place game that they played in on that Monday.
Well, it's either extra innings or a man on base here. Coming up shortly.
Looks like there's a conversation happening between the umpires and a few of the coaches. Coach Moyles in there, as well as the coach for Idaho Falls. So we'll see what is going on here.
There's a discussion over the time limit, and I think that the Idaho Falls coach was suggesting that maybe the time limit had been reached. But I think we're still 15 minutes shy of that.
Even if you look at the rules, that says that the inning that would determine a winner would have to be played out.
They were talking up about the official time, and I saw someone point to their watch. But that time start was an hour and 45 minutes ago, wasn't it? I guess hour 46 now. 104?
Sorry.
Was the time start. Either way, there's 7 inning games.
Yeah.
You'd be headed for extras afterward, I believe. But maybe, is there any stipulation on if that makes the Texas tiebreaker come into play after the time limit?
Not that I can find in the rules. I'm looking at them right now, and there's nothing that I can find. 2 down for Jagger Mitchell with a runner on first. That is Clayton Moyles, who got there via fielder's choice. First pitch to Jagger. Outside, Cherry scoops over, and Cherry picks it to keep the runner on first.
Well, for Jagger, that's probably who you want up in this situation. He's 1 for 3 in this contest.
And if he gets on, then you've got the hot bat of Ryan Fisher in this one, who's 2 for 3.
You'd need quite a gapper to get Moyles around to home. So you're probably looking at trying to just get on. Of course, you knock it over the fence, but they're decent alleys. They'd have to be just perfectly placed, and Moyles would have to get a pretty good jump.
Jagger swings and misses at that one, and it's now 2 balls, 1 strike. Cooled off a little bit. The whole weather of this game has fluctuated quite a bit.
Yeah, we've had sun, we've had wind. The wind is currently calmer, but it's a little bit gloomier, a little chilly.
The 2-1. Outside for ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike. Jagger Mitchell could work a walk that would put Clayton Moyles in scoring position. 3-1. Fly ball into center field. Taggart Miller makes the grab, and we're headed for extra innings. So after the fly out to center field, we're headed for inning number 8 in a tie ball game. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and the Big Dog.
In May of 2019, Uintah County School District Number 1 became the first school district in Wyoming to achieve a certified Level 1 on high reliability schools by the Brozana Leadership Center. We're focusing on 3 levels. Level 1 is a safe and collaborative culture. Level 2, effective teaching in every classroom. And Level 3 is a guaranteed and viable curriculum. We are certified Level 1 in safe and collaborative culture. This is Superintendent Ryan Thomas. Congratulations to everyone in our district. Keep up the great work.
Uintah County School District Number 1, Pathway to Excellence.
Do you really think you can get a better deal on a vehicle in the city? Poppycock! Rocky Mountain Yeti is hungry for your business and will beat any bona fide deal on any vehicle, or they'll give it to you as a gift. Now that's legendary. Rocky Mountain Yeti Evanston, home of the 20-year, 200,000-mile legendary warranty, where legendary customer service is not a myth.
Well, we're in the 8th inning, which means a special tiebreaker rule goes into effect. Jake, why don't you tell us about that?
Well, they're going to start with a runner on second base. There will be 1 out automatically, and the person who's put on second base is determined by how the last inning ends. In this case, the 7th inning, the top of the 7th, ended with a strikeout by Chris Dompier. Since he was the last out and the last man at bat, that doesn't matter. It's whoever was the last out would be the guy on. So he's put on second base, and we go straight next to Zach Lee to lead off.
And as you mentioned, 1 out on the scoreboard, so Evanston's only got to get 2 outs to get out of this inning. But a runner in scoring position, part of this special Texas tiebreaker. This is the 2nd time the Outlaws have played in this type of situation. First time was resulted in a 6-5 win over Lone Peak Maroon. We're going to see them on July 4th. That is the game that I've got circled on my calendar. I cannot wait for it.
Good lead at second.
First pitch from Moyles down the center to Zach Lee for strike 1.
Well, I'm not sure how much second base is going to give either team the way the hitting's gone. I mean, you still got to get a runner moved over, and there hasn't been a whole lot of that in this game.
Next pitch outside.
Good snag by Reed. That'd be a real easy way to get someone over to third.
The 1-1. Outside corner for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Man, if you can get a leadoff strikeout to start this Texas tiebreaker, that would put you in a great position.
I don't know. We could be headed for 10, 11 innings the way this game's gone. It has been a struggle moving runners over.
Moyles delivers. Foul ball.
He liked that one, reached out and grabbed it. Lucky for him, it's fouled out of play.
Looking for that Evanston. Jagger Mitchell, who has great speed, will be on second. And then Ryan Fisher, who has batted very well in this game, will be the leadoff man. So you got to like their chances there with just how things line up. Next pitch in the zone. Down goes Zach Lee looking here in the 8th.
Yeah, for Evanston, you get second out here, so you got to get one more. But if it does set up, Ryan Fisher could realistically end the game with 1 pitch.
Jackson Cherry. He's 0 for 3 today, and he chops the first one foul by the first base dugout.
Grounded into a 6-4 double play last time out, and was a ground out to the pitcher's mound before that. Struck out looking. So Clayton Moyles has had good success against Cherry.
Cherry, the catcher, with an open stance, right-handed batter, left-handed pitcher, swings and misses for strike 2. So he fouled off the first one, swings and misses at the second one, and Clayton Moyles 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning.
Looking at these scorebooks, it's going to get real funky of you keeping score with these Texas tiebreakers of being like, how did this guy get on second? Why are there only 2 outs?
I just simply put Dampierre on second in my scorebook book and wrote text where you write how they got on. No balls, 2 strikes. This one lined into left field. It drops, and it is foul, just barely on the wrong side of the third base line. That would have been the hit that Idaho Falls has been looking for all day.
Yeah, they've had dribblers. Haven't really had anything go too far out. Just missed on that liner.
Moyles checks the runner at second. Lifts the leg and delivers up high. And it's now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, the first 4 pitches had either been called strikes or swung at, so Moyles expanded his zone there and tried to see if he'd go up and try to hit that one out of the air.
The 2-2. Outside, full count. Oh, the umpire just said it's only 2-2, not
it's
even
2-2.
though it said.
Oh, yeah, can't look at that board.
All right, something's up.
I was lucky. I was looking straight in front of mine.
The 2-2 on the way. Swing and a miss, and Evanston gets out of the inning. Well, they'll have their Texas tiebreaker due up, and it'll start with Jagger Mitchell on second, Ryan Fisher batting. We'll be right back after this on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on My Local Radio and The Big Dog.
A pass to the Evanston Rec Center gives you access to 3 amazing weight rooms. As a serious weightlifter, you can accomplish all your goals of bulking and maximizing with our complete lines of Precor, Hoist, and Troy free weight equipment. If your weightlifting is more focused on firming, toning, core, and muscle strength, then you'll enjoy the Cybex equipment weight room. Don't wait another minute to reach your weight training goals. Live your fit life with a pass to the Evanston Rec Center. Stop in today, 275 Saddle Ridge Road.
The best live coverage of local sports, weather, local news, and radio classifieds. Plus job listings, fun giveaways, and more. It's all on mylocalradio.com. Watch live as your high school teams clash with their biggest rivals. Listen to the latest from your team's coaches, catch up on local and regional news, and get accurate weather conditions and forecasts. Visit mylocalradio.com, like us on Facebook, and stream it all now. Well, if you're an Evanston Outlaw fan, you got to like the situation we're in. Part of Texas tiebreaker rules is the last batter that got out in the last inning, or the last man out, not batter necessarily, but the last man out automatically goes to second, and they put one out on the board. For Evanston, the last man out was Jagger Mitchell.
Puts Ryan Fisher at the plate, too, and he's got big gap power. He's got good speed, but you don't worry about too much for this because Evanston's the home team. It's all about if Jagger can get around to score.
New pitcher in for Idaho Falls. That's number 15, Hayden Carlson. So Bradley Thompson will get out of here with a no decision. Jagger Mitchell over on second. First pitch to Ryan Fisher outside. You mentioned all that, and most importantly, Ryan Fisher is 2 for 3. 2 singles and reached on an error, so he's been on base every time in this game. The 1-0 from Carlson. Tall, strong, right-handed pitcher against the right-handed batter. Finds the zone, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
7 innings for Thompson. Gave up 7 hits, walked 2, struck out 5. Had 3 runs scored against him, all earned in a no decision.
The 1-1 outside, ball 2. After Ryan Fisher, it'll be Jordan Schneider and then Gus Allred if we get that far. Hayden Carlson delivers, swing and a miss at one outside, and down goes Fisher.
Well, he went reaching. There's 2 outs. And Fisher had some words of advice for Schneider as he walked away after seeing that last pitch.
Gus Allred moves the on-deck circle, and number 6, Jordan Schneider, now comes to the batter's box. First pitch to Schneider, up high and outside for ball 1.
You'd have to imagine there was probably some side-to-side cutter movement in that Fisher was giving on to Schneider.
The 1-0. Down the center for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike.
May have just seen that same pitch again based on how Schneider backed away and then it shot right into the middle of the plate.
Good movement here from Hayden Carlson. Big, strong, hard-throwing right-handed pitcher from what we can observe so far. And he finds the zone. Kind of a breaking fastball that just broke right down into the corner.
Yeah, he's got good movement on his fastball. It's all I've really seen so far.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Schneider with 2 down. We might be headed for a 9th inning if this doesn't happen. That one bounces off the plate to the backstop, and Jagger Mitchell does a head-first dive, almost rolls over on top of his head, but he seems to be okay at third, and Jagger's going to get there on the wild pitch.
He's a little shaken up. He smashed his head off the dirt and really didn't have any movement. When he went to slide or trip, I'm not sure what it was, but he just stopped. And you see there with that bounce back, there's not a whole lot. It's not given if the ball goes past the catcher that you're getting onto a base.
2 balls, 2 strikes turns into 3 balls, 2 strikes as the 2-2's outside. Jagger definitely a little shaken up on that play.
I don't know how you couldn't be.
The 3-2. Up high, and Jordan Schneider is on with a walk. And that gives an opportunity for Gus Allred to walk it off.
All right, Elan, where'd the term walk-off come from? Well, we got a mound visit. We got just a little bit of time. You just said it. It's 3rd, 4th time you said it. Where do you think that term originated?
Originated?
Yeah.
I have no. I'm sure you're about to tell me.
Well, it's happened in the. It's more recent memory. What year were you born?
89.
Okay, so it happened just a few months before you were born. Famous Game 1 of World Series, 1988. Yep. Who comes to bat? Dodgers versus the Athletics.
Oh.
Eckersley on the mound. And shot full of cortisone. Kirk Gibson, the MVP, comes up, walking, limping because he can't run.
Yep.
Hits a home run, and what did he do, Elan?
He
walked his way around.
Yep.
And after the game, they asked him, and Eckersley said that it was a walk-off.
Yep.
Thus born the term the walk-off home run or walk-off single or any of that.
Kirk Gibson, of course, that's what he's most well known for. And then I think the Dodgers would go on to win that World Series. That would be the last time they've won it, unofficially at least.
Ugh.
We're not going to get into that as the first pitch is high for ball 1.
Yeah, I think that was a 5-game winner. I think they won it in 5.
Yep.
I think Dave Stewart started game 1, if I remember right, for Oakland.
Carlson steps off the mound as Jagger ready to come home at anything. 2 down. Chance for Gus Allred to do it. First pitch. Our next pitch is outside and low for a ball. Two balls and 1 strike. Here it comes. And it's 2-2.
Yeah, shot the strike right on the inside edge again. Good side-to-side movement on the pitch. We still have yet to see anyone make any contact.
That's right. We had Fisher strike out. And this one lined into right field. Evanston wins it on a base hit by Gus Allred.
Well, that's what you were looking for, and it wasn't a powerful shot, but it knocked it right over the head of the infield. And Allred, the Mountain View Project, comes away with the winner.
Final score will be 4-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard. We're going to step aside. Evanston wins it walk-off fashion via Kirk Gibson, although that one went a whole lot further. But Gus Allred with the walk-off single, and they win it 4-3 on the Impact Physical Therapy scoreboard on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Evanston Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and KNYN 99.1.
The importance of saving and learning how to use money wisely can be taught from a very young age. At Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, we offer youth accounts to help kids learn to save, borrow, and spend responsibly. Our youth accounts are special, just like the kids in our community. Check out our See You Grow, See You Learn, and See You Prosper accounts for kids 0 to 18. These accounts are great to start managing finances. Open a youth account today for $1. TronaValley.com, member NCUA.
At beautiful Bear Lake, skiing, snowmobiling, sailing, and swimming are just some of the fun activities offered to recreationists. The Greater Bear Lake Valley offers prime hunting and fishing areas, whether it's trout fishing in the streams or ice fishing for Cisco on the lake, hunting deer or seeking elk along the high mountain ridges. The scenic corner of Utah and Idaho offers outdoor recreation and historical interests away from crowds and high prices. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
It's time for your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston, where fast and fresh meat. Well, the Evanston Outlaws came into Game 2 of the 2020 Teton Classic with a 0-1 record after an 8-0 loss to Madison out of Rexburg, Idaho. And they wanted to show that they could bounce back from that, and they did. It's an extra inning affair, the second one of the season for Evanston. First time was against Lone Peak Maroon, and they won that one 6-5. Today it's against the Idaho Falls Tigers, and we go to Texas tiebreaker. Jagger Mitchell goes to second since he was the last person out in the bottom of the 7th. Ryan Fisher strikes out. Jordan Schneider draws a walk. However, Jagger Mitchell goes to third on a wild pitch, setting the stage for Gus Allred, who does his best Luis Gonzalez impersonation and hits a walk-off RBI single to seal the win for Evanston. Final score, 4-3 in 8 innings. That's your Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Recap, brought to you by Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. We're fast and fresh meat, where they spend 6 hours daily slicing all natural meats and fresh produce for your 30-second sandwich. That's Jimmy John's on 113 Front Street in Evanston. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll have our stat report and our Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game on a First Bank of Wyoming presentation of Outlaw Baseball on mylocalradio.com and The Big Dog.
You're invited to come in and visit with the team at Cash Honda Yamaha in Cache Valley today. Our customers are our friends. If you haven't ever been in, stop in today. We'd love to get to know you. If you haven't been in for a while, stop in and let's get caught up. And if you were here yesterday, come back again soon. You always have an open invitation to visit the crew at Cash Honda Yamaha, where our customers are our friends, on US 91 between Logan and Smithfield.
Early Oregon-bound immigrants traveled through the Bear Lake Valley. U.S. Highway 30 basically follows the Oregon Trail. Many wagon trains stopped at Thomas L. Pegleg Smith Trading Post, located near Dingle, Idaho, for supplies. One traveler wrote of camping along Cotton Line Bear River, watching grass as tall as a man wave in the wind. Today, you don't have to ride in a wagon to visit Bear Lake Valley, but the rich history is still here to enjoy. Visit bearlake.org for more information.
Let's go ahead and give you our post-game stats, and for that, let's turn it over to Jake Hibbard. Jake, what do you have for us?
Well, the winning pitcher, Clayton Moyles, he put 10 base runners on through 7 walks and 3 hits allowed. Hit a couple of guys as well, but struck out 12. Allowed just 3 runs, just one of them earned, and picks up the win. On the batting side for Evanston, well, Gus Allred, spoiler alert, I think he may have something to win at the end of this contest. But he was really one of the biggest hits throughout, running it straight down the line, numbers-wise, numerically looking at it. Casey Perriman, he got 1 hit in 2 at-bats. Jagger Mitchell went 1 for 4. Ryan Fisher 1 for 4. Just a single. Pretty quiet day for Fisher. In fact, there were no extra base hits by the Outlaws in this entire contest. Jordan Schneider goes 0 for 3 in his 4 plate appearances. Clayton Moyles 0 for 4. 2 for 3 day by Gus Allred, a single, and then another single. That RBI, the winner, scored twice. So he was responsible in one way or another for 3 of the 4 runs the Outlaws scored today. Reed Gross finishes 1 for 4, grounded into a double play to end the 5th inning. Kendall Cummings finishes 1 for 3, and Brendan Thompson goes 1 for 3 as well. Pulling up the stats for Idaho Falls, the losing pitcher today goes to, who did we have? Hayden Carlson finishes with the loss. As that was after Bradley Thompson went 7 1/3 complete, allowed 10 base runners on as well, 7 hits, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts in the process. All 3 of his runs given up were earned on the batting side for Idaho Falls. We didn't have too much happening either. In fact, just 3 base hits, none of them going beyond first base. Bridges finishes with a single, as does, let me flip that over. Number 11 was that Hunter Herrera. Hunter Miller gets a single, and then Taggart Jones finishes with the other hit for Idaho Falls.
Joining us now in the broadcast booth, we have Evanston Outlaws catcher Reed Gross. Reed, good win by you guys today. Another walk-off victory in extra innings. What was the environment like in the dugout going into that 8th inning?
Oh, it was hyped. We were all just going crazy, just hoping somebody would come through, and Gus ended up doing it, so it was awesome.
So right now, this kind of has nothing to do with the game, but you missed a few games because of a tonsillectomy and you weren't feeling good. How do you feel like your health is now that that's behind you?
I've lost a bunch of weight, and I'm trying to still get it back, but I feel pretty good. I just get a little tired easily, more quickly.
You had some great snags behind the plate. What's kind of been the key to your success this season defensively?
Just lots of practice. I've had years of catching for fast pitchers, and some of them really wild. So our guys are pretty accurate this year, but even when one is down in the dirt, I can get to it.
Well, Reed, thank you so much for coming in. Thanks for taking the time. Congratulations on the big win.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good luck the rest of the tournament.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game. And you know what? I don't think we can give it to anyone else but Gus Allred with the walk-off single in extra innings to win it. Final score, 4-3. That's the Dr. McKay Frankham Precision Play of the Game, brought to you by Dr. McKay Frankham Family Dental Services. Affordable dental work for the entire family. Call today, 789-8910, the number for your appointment. And that's going to do it for our broadcast. Big thank you to Jake Hibbard for joining us. On behalf of myself, Jake, and our producer back in the studio, of course, the incredible Ryan Steinekert, I'm Elan All saying we'll see you next time the ball flies, which will be right here again when Evanston takes on the Thunder Ridge Titans. First pitch scheduled at 3:45. Keep an eye on the Facebook page. That time may change. Thank you so much, and take care.
Been tuned into Evanston Outlaw Baseball on the Big Dog 99.1 KNYN with live video online at mylocalradio.com. Today's broadcast has been brought to you by these supporting businesses and individuals: Auto Farm Chevrolet, First Bank of Evanston, Dr. McKay Franklin, Rocky Mountain Yeti, Arrowhead Dental, Plains Tire, the Come On In of Casper, the Littlest Wood Shop, Evanston Recreation Center, the Legal Tender Restaurant in Best Western Dunmar Inn, West Star Printing and Rocky Mountain Sign, the Bear Lake Convention and Visitors Bureau, Uinta County School District No. 1, Ellingford Brothers, Bear River Dental of Evanston and Black's Fork Dental of Mountain View, Trona Valley Federal Credit Union, Mountain West Business Solutions, Wyoming Dental Specialties, Cash Honda Yamaha, and by Dr. Todd Hoover Chiropractic. The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of mylocalradio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Old West Media. Our executive producer is Val Cook. We want to thank Office Manager Kayleen Anderson, our Sales Manager Julie Burley, along with Evanston's Elan OLLIFF, and Bridger Valley's Jake Hibbard, Rich County's Ryan Steinekert, and production assistant Alyssa McDaniel. But the biggest thanks of all is to our sponsors and to you for tuning in. We invite you to visit mylocalradio.com for archived games and like My Local Radio on Facebook to stay up to date with the game broadcasts. Thank you for joining us on this presentation of Evanston Outlaws Baseball on KNYN 99.1 FM and online at mylocalradio.com.